Morning, Garrett.
Good morning.
This is real.
How are you doing? You feeling the heat yet?
Pretty decent AC in my house, so not really.
It's already 85 down here.
That doesn't help the flare at all. Why am I getting so much lens flare?
Doing all right. Turn off the camera. Will you reset the tunnel for me, please? Getting apparently it started on Friday night. But David Hughes sent us an email about it. I talked to him this morning too. Right now. And Julie, I'm talking to my wife. I'm talking to you all at the same time.
Oh, that's better.
Anyways, we're having a connection issue from the SQL database for this UBC replication stuff. Not sure that route's not able to be. So. Man, we opened another ticket with WatchCore. We're having a similar issue on Azure as well. Not sure why. But that is back on Wednesday. Thank you. Yep. All right. Appreciate the help. You too. Bye, guys. I love you too.
Morning, Tabitha.
Good morning.
I did get your text about the times being booked up and stuff.
Yep.
And I wondered if maybe we can move one of the success coaches workshops to one of the online times or something. Because
Works.
yeah, I know that CJ was going to do her thing in person and stuff, and I do think it's really an important one. Because I just think should be a good guest speaker, and the more guest speakers we can get in, the better.
Okay.
Just get tired of listening to just us. So
Totally. Okay. I know it's tricky. Last year we had some like planning time with the success coaches, so now it's kind of tough because everything's in one like document, and then if I'm like, oh, I think like this went this way, so maybe we should change this. It's hard getting together with everyone to like plan for the change. So do you think it's okay if I just send out a text like, hey, we're gonna have to move something around, we can do it during this time
yeah,
to have our guest speaker come in, and it is what it is and we have to do it because it's for the students.
I think that's a good idea, and I think that's a real good idea. I'll say that we had planning time during the training, but it wasn't maybe as much as we needed. So maybe as lieu of a staff meeting one day, we have like a success coach meeting or something.
I would like that.
Yeah.
Okay.
We could even do that today, maybe.
Okay.
Like just keep our recap to like 5 minutes, and then staff, you guys can like, if anything cracks off, obviously we can change it. But why don't you guys plan on having like a success coach meeting after work today instead of our regular toll meeting?
That
And
sounds
maybe
good to me.
Caroline can join you or something.
Okay. Okay, well, cool. I'll reach out to CJ right now and let them know we're good to go for the days that she wanted, and that we'll move around those workshops.
Wait, what's going on?
So we have a guest speaker who Elizabeth knows would put on a really great workshop for the students, but we already have everything planned out. So we're thinking that we'll move the 2 workshops that she's going to be leading in person. We'll move those to a virtual time during the time when we have our faculty guest workshop in the morning. So we'll move those around.
Well, no, she's gonna do it still the same time and place it in person that she was doing it before.
Yeah, exactly.
Right,
Just the
okay.
workshop that we had planned during that time will then be moved to a different time. So then she'll fill in that slot.
Okay, sounds good.
We still doing separate classes, class A, class B separately?
Yeah. So the plan is that we're going to start all together at 9. And Trina should come in, and Trina will do her presentation to everybody. And then for the 45-minute presentation, and then we will split into the 2 groups. Caroline will make a new breakout room, and she will take group B in there. And so then Tabitha will do her hour of physical movement with the students, and then Caroline, and if she's around, Amber will teach the STEM class. And we'll stay in this room and in this meeting with the younger kids, and we'll go into Sebastian and then into Ben, like normal. Does that make sense?
Mm-hmm.
Did you guys do anything to keep cool over the weekend?
Swimming.
Yeah.
Yeah, I was in a box.
Yeah.
How about you, Garrett?
Sorry, going through 1,000 tabs. No, I didn't do anything. Just drank a lot of water.
Quick question, Elizabeth.
Yes.
So I haven't submitted my hours for work. Do I still put in like a 15-minute break for the training portion?
What?
So I still haven't submitted my hours or certified them or none of
Yeah.
that. So for the training week, do I still put 15-minute break between them or just 8:45 to 1 o'clock?
Yeah, you can do that because we didn't take a break in there, so you don't, you're good. You would only put in, if you're working more than 5 hours, you have to put in a 30-minute break for lunch, which you
Okay,
shouldn't
and
be.
so would it be 8:45 to 1 or 9 o'clock to 1?
I think training was 9 to 1,
Okay.
right?
Um, and then for now that it's the actual days, it's because on the thing is at 8:45, but 9 o'clock to 12, right? And then 1 o'clock to 4, correct?
I think you guys take your break from 1 to 2, basically.
Okay.
Does that work for your hours?
I just wanted to make sure because I was going to submit the
11,
ones from training
12.
in this last week.
1. Yeah, so you work 8:45 to 12:45, and then you break for an hour for lunch, and then you work from what, uh 1:45 until what time we're done. But just make sure you don't go over 40 hours for a week.
Okay.
Like if our staff meeting is running long and it's gonna put you into overtime, you guys need to say, peace, I have to go. I'm gonna be in overtime, right? So yeah. Overtime
Okay.
must be approved, and I don't have the authority to approve overtime. I don't know. We'd have to get Coley or somebody to approve that. I don't know. Juana would approve it.
Awesome. Thank you.
Morning, Caroline. Is there anything we need to discuss before I start admitting students? Morning, Corbin. Morning, Kira. Good morning, Madison.
Good morning, everyone. Hope you stayed cool this weekend.
Morning, Manuela. Morning, Richard. I'm glad that you could join us today. Morning, Lily. Morning, Krillin.
For some reason, doing it on the main volume.
Morning, Mars.
No, that's fine. Apparently even using it.
Morning, Chrissy.
Morning.
Good morning, Isaac. Good morning, Lynn.
Okay, when I look at a switch, I'm on the wrong switch.
Dates right. That's what I wrote down.
The second AC not wrong.
Morning, Lynn. Okay. Morning, Karina. Morning, Eli. Morning, Kaden. Morning, Natalie. Glad you were able to join. So you're having a little trouble there.
There's two big ones and one small. Ones. Gave it a big one to a friend of mine. And they basically cordoned off part of the hallway. With a big blanket. And so they've got two fans going between two bedrooms. For water for them. It's the AC in the beginning there. The fan just taking a while to show it to the other. And they just been living in that part of the house. So they've handed the rest of it to the like, yeah, we're up. Yeah, it helps. It still gets pretty warm with the bigger parts of the house, but it definitely makes a big difference. Just those big units. Yeah, I had one in the room where I'm at now. One in our bedroom and one in the kids' bedroom.
Okay. Well, right now we're waiting for our guest speaker to join us. And I sure hope that I wrote down the dates correctly and everything.
Yeah.
And if I didn't, we'll figure something out. But thank you guys all for joining us online. I know there's a little bit craziness, like what am I supposed to do today? So we appreciate y'all being flexible. We are anticipating that tomorrow will be cooler, so that we can be able to be on campus for the on-campus group, which will be Group B. So for Group A, you've not been on campus at all, and Group B will have been on campus twice. I'm sorry, guys. We will. So that's what's going on right now. Yeah, the weather tomorrow is supposed to be only 86, a high of 86. So hopefully in the morning time, we can, it'll still be cool enough. We can do some things. So that's that. Starting Wednesday, the coolers on Evergreen should hopefully be working again. they've closed down the campus. It closed down at noon today because it's too hot. So on Wednesday, the coolers will be in play and we will have a room for inclement weather. So we're still doing our program completely outdoors. But if we do have a day of rain, or if we do have a day of extreme heat like today is, we'll be able to use a classroom so we can still meet. Does anyone have any questions about that?
Yeah.
That's okay, Miguel. All right, well, while we're waiting for our guest speaker, I think this would be an excellent time for me to talk to you guys about our upcoming field trip. So does anyone know off the top of their head when our next field trip is and what we're doing? Because I have told you guys. Somebody said, okay, I got questions here. Someone said, do the dorms have AC? I don't think that they do. I'm not actually positive on that one. And although, do you remember, do the dorms have AC?
On the water, you said-
Miguel said July 7th. Nope. And Isaac said Friday. Yes, it is Friday that we are having our field trip, this Friday. And although, do you know, do the dorms have AC?
Not that I remember. It's crazy because I lived there for about 3 years. No, I don't think so.
Well, I never lived there in the summertime. So I never got that hot, you know?
Yeah,
Heaters and
the
stuff.
in the years that I was there, it wasn't as I was usually like 80 degrees, 90 degrees, but not 100 plus. So I don't think so. I know there's heaters, doesn't really help, but no, I don't think there's AC.
Okay. And so our first field trip is to Potlatch State Park, right? Don't the dorms have central AC? I don't think so. They are on the cooling system, so they might get something plugged in from the steam vents and the coolers, but I don't know if they have like proper AC. So I know poor college students. Most students don't live on the dorms during the summertime. I'm putting a link in the chat, y'all. No, not that link. Okay, so this link I put in the chat, I would love it if you could all go there. What I'm trying to find, oh my goodness. Wait, stop. I have to edit this. Silly Elizabeth. Okay, now you guys should be able to edit it. I forgot to ask what your name was. So you guys should all be able to go into this form and put in your name. Here, I'll share my screen real fast. Put in your name. So our first field trip is going to be July 2nd, which is this coming Friday. It's going to be our service project, which is really great because service projects look really good on your resumes and on college applications. Everyone loves to see some community service. As I told you guys, this is going to be at Potlatch State Park, which is over in Hoodsport. Here's the address. It's right off Highway 101. So we're asking if you can answer the following questions to help us better prepare. You need to arrive by 9 a.m. If you are riding the bus, the pickup times will be the same. Lynn cannot edit it. Okay, I must have set it up wrong. Let me see. Oh, people, my organization. My bad. Okay, I think I have it fixed now. So you put in your name. You put in if you want to ride the bus, and you'll just do the same bus stop as before. Miguel, use the link I just put up there. I fixed the link. And if you did want to sign in with Microsoft, you'd really just sign in with your Evergreen sign in. So put down if you want to ride the bus or if you want to get dropped off. Lynn, preferred name is fine, just so I know who it is. Yes, the bus schedule will be the same as picks you up from Evergreen. So some of you I know probably live closer to Hoodsport, and you're like, I don't want to ride around the bus for an hour. I'll just get dropped off at Potlatch. And that's fine. I completely understand that. And for those of you who are like, nah, Potlatch is far. I can walk to my bus stop. Then you still need bus transportation. So whatever works for you guys. And then let me know if you're not attending the field trip, so I can have like a head count, guys. Put down, so there's this sub place called Polly's Place. It's downtown Shelton. I like it. I get subs there. Thank you, Corbin. So pick out what kind of sandwich you want. Some of the sandwiches come with cheese orders. You can put your cheese orders on there. If you want anything special requests, you can put that right here and what kind of drink you want. So really, it's very simple. Hopefully you guys can do that so that we know, we can order you guys lunch and figure out who's coming and all that good stuff. So I'm going to stop my share. All right. So okay. Well, I can only think that Trina and I had a miscommunication with her presentation today. Maybe I must have written down the wrong days or something. So Trina was, she works in financial aid. She's a financial aid guru, very good at this stuff. And she was going to come in and give us a presentation on understanding financial aid. Because it's not happening today, we will just continue on anyways. So what I would like to do is talk to you guys about Canvas. I think we're all still struggling with Canvas. So I know some people got some emails over the weekend. So I was CC'd on a few of them. Oh, okay. Okay, that's fine. I did just get an email from Trina. She can't do the presentation because of the heat. Her house is too hot. So, okay. Mars has a question about LGBTQ plus talks going to happen or be addressed. Does one of the success coaches want to talk about those workshops real fast?
Well, it looks like according to our schedule, it is week 4 that we have mental health and identity and LGBTQIA.
Okay. So, okay.
No, second to last.
Someone asked if we're going to get out of class early. I don't think so, Miguel. We weren't planning on it. Okay, so Karina, Chrissy, and Quinn, you guys should have gotten an extra email and resetting your permission so that you can sign into Evergreen. Another one was sent to Natalie. You should have gotten an email from Tara.
So I downloaded this for
So Miguel, are you able to work in the living room? Can you bring your laptop on there or anything?
and there's supporting.
And Mars, I saw your comment. Okay, your whole family's in the living room. Miguel, you gotta do what you gotta do to stay cool and to be safe and to be healthy, okay? Everyone does. Now I'd say things like, is it possible to take headphones and work on your phone or something? You know, you guys just gotta do what you gotta do. Did they cancel summer school, Mars?
We should just,
I was hoping people would be there with AC or something. Okay.
Yeah, it's gonna be a tough one.
it's gonna be similar to
So everyone, you just gotta do your absolute best to
that.
stay cool. If you have to excuse yourself because where you're at is too warm, then, I mean, you gotta do what you gotta do for taking care of yourself first, right? We will record these, so they'll be available for you guys if you need to do a recording. So your last comment, Mars, was that we're waiting till week 4. So we have currently started week 2. And week 4 is when they had the lesson planned for going over LGBTQ. And are you requesting it to get moved up sooner or something? Is that what you're saying? Well, week 5 is technically the last week. Week 5 is the last week of classes. And so week 6 is our trip. Corbin, are you responding to yes, that you'd like the LGBTQ stuff to get sooner? I'm not sure what your yes is. Okay.
So, yeah, don't worry about that.
So yeah, week 5 is our last week of classes. Week 6 will be the trip.
Basically, you're looking at
Okay. So okay. Do you guys want to discuss that now? I mean, we can pause on working on the Canvas stuff and we can have a meeting on that right now. Would that be a good use of our time?
I'm looking at this. And this is Tomcat. So that's-
I would just like to say that you can't just Mars, like I know you're trying to you're trying to speak out about the situation, but kind of sounds like you're blaming us as well. And like we totally back you up, okay? But blaming or just saying that no one really cared is kind of like, like we do care. But there are some of us who like, keep it to themselves because for many years they've learned that like, I don't really know how to explain myself, but yeah. Yeah, and it's really hard to like see that. Like I know, but like for me, like when something bad happens to me, I just like to avoid it as like soon as possible because that's just how I cope with it. But I understand that you really that you like to like speak up about you like to speak up about it, and I really like I appreciate that. But yeah, I don't know.
Thank you, Chrissy, for sharing that. I appreciate it. And thank you, Mars. I see that you said that we did address it a bit when it happened both times. Thank you, Corbin. And then Mars, yes, that's what I said. I said Lynn. I'm sorry. I meant to say that Lynn said, I see what you said there, that we addressed it a bit both times when it happened. Lynn said that. Mars says the game was continued to be played from my point of view. That's how I saw it. We did continue to play the game. We picked the player who said that. We tried our best to prevent other people from joining, and So that's what I have. Do any of the success coaches or Caroline want to add anything?
Yeah. Yeah. That, thank you for your advocacy, Mars. But there's really a time and a place to discuss it, and disrupting everything in order to discuss it, we did a bit, but we already have it planned, and we really can't plan for hate speech. And so this is why we address it when it comes. And really, yes, I have to agree, there is time and place, Mars.
Okay. I agree, Mars, and I think that you've said how you felt. Is there something that you specifically want to say to the group? Okay. Do you want to? Okay. Okay. Miguel had asked what we were doing today, and so Miguel, we're doing the normal classes. Miguel, your group B, I believe. So we will be doing Sebastian's French and Ben's audio and humanities class. And then you'll get a success book workshop. So while we're right now working, I would really like to try and get into Canvas for everybody. So I have emails saying that Natalie, you were sent an email. Natalie, I have an email that you were sent an email telling you how to log into your My Evergreen. Did you get that? Okay, so Corbin asked how long is the bus ride for the how long is the bus ride to the state park? I don't know. So they're gonna get the last stop and then they're gonna turn around and come back up. I know that Hoodsport is about 20 minutes or so from Shelton High School. The bus will probably be downtown. It's maybe 30 minutes or so. I'm not exactly positive. But yeah. Okay, Isaac, did you get the email sent to you? Okay. Lynn, not 30 minutes added onto the regular route. Normally the bus would pick up the last student and then drive about 30 minutes to the Evergreen State College. Instead of driving north to Evergreen or south to Evergreen, they're driving north to Hoodsport. It's about the same amount of difference. I'm anticipating the students getting there the same time as they normally would. 9 o'clock to Hoodsport instead of 9 o'clock to Evergreen. Okay,
Wait, Elizabeth,
yes.
about the like evergreen email stuff, I never
Yeah.
got an email, but last night I resubmitted the application thing. So yeah, and it says that it's still not verified, which I understand because it's still morning. But yeah.
Yeah, I'm not sure. I'm not sure. It said on Friday, they said that they added it, added you guys again, and that it can take up to 24 hours to get the email. And it should have been an email that says from Tara Bartlett at evergreen.edu. I think is who the email would have come from. Oh, Isaac found it. Isaac found it in the spam. And
Yeah, yeah. I looked at all my emails, even my school email.
yeah, so
But
hopefully Natalie can find theirs in their spam maybe. Again, like I said, if you want to search for,
yeah, just like Evergreen or something.
this is the email that I think of the person who sent it. I think that's who it will come from. But you can, Natalie found it in their spam, great. So once you get your setup, you can follow the directions in there on how to create your portal, or how to create your account. And then once you do that, you can log into Canvas. So we're still working on getting everyone else hooked up for that. We've got about 15 more minutes, right, before we start. Before we start our classes. And so, oh, Madison got it, good. Okay, I'm happy to hear that, Madison. Yeah, if everyone can just, that's the email that Bartlett at evergreen.edu. If you guys can check for that. Hopefully you'll find it in your spam, everybody. That's what we're working on. Isaac, Eli does not have it. Okay. I'm gonna have them try and resubmit them again to people who still don't have them, but just keep looking for them. Okay. So yeah, we got 15 minutes at 9:45. Tabitha's, everyone who's in group A will move into a new meeting that Caroline is setting up for us. And Tabitha will leave you through some movement to do in the extreme heat. The group A will stay in here and we will get to do French with Sebastian. Group B has already experienced French with Sebastian. Does anyone want to give a sneak peek about that? Because I actually thought it was really cool. Okay, you don't have to. So Trina will come in and we will do a discussion about financial aid before then. But before, yeah, you guys, because your group A had French. Group B was having French today. Yeah, group B, we're getting French today and stuff today. Okay, group A is going to go into the link that Caroline just sent us, and we're going to go in there in 15 minutes. I do want to talk to you guys really fast about financial aid. I would sure love it if you guys could throw back answers into the chat for me, or if you could unmute and shout them out for me, okay? My first question is, what is a type of financial aid that you don't have to pay back?
Whatever you want. Star underscore service, and then underscore the expiration.
Come on, guys. What's a grant? Thank you, Lily. Yes, a grant. That is one of the forms of financial aid that does not have to get paid back. Can anyone tell me another form? There's one other really common one. You all try and get them. A loan, Miguel, you are right. A loan is a form of financial aid, but you have to pay a loan back. Richard and Juana, scholarships. You are absolutely right. So degree. Eli, a degree is not financial aid. That's a thing that you work your butt off to earn, and is your education that no one can take away from you. So grants and scholarships. Grants, you usually, in the terms of financial aid, you usually receive a grant. It's given to you usually by the federal government or the state government, whereas scholarship is awarded by a college or another entity. And scholarships are usually awarded for merit of some sort. So you could have some scholarships where you have to be making a certain amount of money, or be first gen, or other qualifiers, but you also have to like do something. You have to write an essay or tell them why they should give you some money. A grant usually is kind of automated. You just get it because you filled out a form and the government decided this is how much money you should get. Now I mentioned federal. This is a trick question, okay? It's really hard. I don't know if you all know this. You get money from the federal government and money from the state government, the state of Washington. Does anyone know what the common form of grant that the federal government gives out to students? FAFSA? Richard, actually the FAFSA stands for Free Application for Federal Student Aid. That is the form you fill out to determine what kind of financial aid. Krillin, financial aid. Financial is just kind of a term we use for all of this stuff. The federal government hands out a grant called the Pell Grant. Have you guys heard of the Pell Grant before? So you fill out the FAFSA, you give them all your information, and the government does some calculations based off of your situation. Pell Grant, Pell Grant, Pell, P-E-L-L, Pell Grant. And they will determine if you can get this grant money, okay? And the Pell Grant is over $6,000 right now. They usually raise the amount each year. Caroline, do you remember how much exactly the Pell Grant's for right now?
I believe the federal Pell Grant is about 6,375, 345, about 6,300.
Okay, that's a good amount of money. I'll tell you this, that at most colleges, the cost of dorms and meal plan is about $12,000 a year. It's your cost of living, right? And so your Pell Grant will cover half of that, right? That covers your apartment for a year. You still got to figure out food, but it covers your apartment. That's pretty sweet, because no matter what you're doing, even living at your parents' house, somebody is paying for you to live. Somebody is covering your rent. Somebody is covering your food, all that kind of stuff. So Pell Grants are wonderful. What does the state of Washington give out? Does anyone know? There's there's one grant and there's one scholarship that are kind of used interchangeably. Anybody? Maybe you signed up for the scholarship in 8th grade. College Bound, Krillin, you are on fire. So College Bound is a scholarship that the state of Washington gives out. You apply for it in the 7th or 8th grade. And as long as you graduate high school with a 2.0 or higher, your family continues to make income under a certain amount of money, and you don't have any felony convictions, you kind of kept yourself out of the criminal justice system, they will give you the cost of tuition and fees at any public Washington state school. So if you want to go to UW, they'll cover the tuition there. If you want to go to the Evergreen State College, they'll cover the tuition there. If you want to go to SPSCC, they'll cover the tuition there. That's pretty sweet, right? I know a lot of you are like, oh my gosh, it costs so much to go to college. How will I possibly afford it? And there's a lot of automatic resources for families who make under a certain amount of money. The next thing is so maybe you didn't sign up for that. Maybe you didn't qualify. Maybe you didn't know about it, whatever. That's okay. No big deal, because you'll also be automatically considered for the Washington State College Grant. Richard, good question. I can pull that up in or Success Coaches. Can one of you look that up for me, and maybe we can do a screen share or something? Isaac, you signed into Evergreen, awesome. You can always go to you want to go in there and sign in, you can start seeing your Canvas stuff. Okay, so the Washington State College Grant is very similar to the College Bound Scholarship. You will automatically be considered based off your FAFSA, and it will cover tuition and fees at any public in-state college. And the nice thing about this one is it's a sliding scale. So you will earn a certain amount of it depending on where it is. So if you are at the certain threshold length right here, you get everything covered. We'll say your family makes a little bit more than that. Well, maybe you'll get 70% of it covered or 50% of it covered. It's still a significant amount of help in covering the cost of tuition. So I think, is someone looking up the rates for us?
I think I have it pulled up. I'll go ahead and share my screen. Let me know if this is the page real quick. It shows like thresholds and everything on here. Is this what you're looking for?
Yeah.
Okay.
That's the award amount based off of what school you're going to go to. And that's because that's how much it costs to attend. That's a tuition for that school, not counting dorms and everything else. Still got to worry about that. They'll give you some money for some private schools, but it's a lot less. And it's a lot less than the cost of attending those schools. But it's still something. Okay, you want to scroll down some?
Yeah. This is as much as it scrolls down. Here it shows medium family income range and the levels for Washington College Grant. So depending on the family size and how much will be covered.
Yeah. So if I was a family of 4 and I made $70,000, I would fall underneath that 70%. So I'd look up there, 70%, they're going to give me 66 to 70%, you get 50% of the award. So they would cover half of my tuition. And it's not great, but it ain't bad. I definitely would appreciate half of my tuition covered. If now my family if I had a family of 4 and we made $54,000 a year after taxes and everything, then yeah, then of course. And Isaac, all signing to Canvas, that's wonderful. I'm so happy to hear that. So if I was a family of 4 and I made $54,000 a year, that would make me in the 55 percentile. I go up there, I get 100% of the award. So my tuition would be completely covered at a public school. Do we have any questions about this? Okay, so this is the automated free money that people get. It is based off of your FAFSA. It's based off your family's income. If your family makes more than this, you might not qualify for some aid. And that means that you'll have to go and find private scholarships, right? So your university will probably award you a scholarship based on your GPA. I know that most universities do this. I think a student who had a 4.0 got about $5,000 to UW, right? They just gave him that award for his grades. So it kind of depends on, so the schools will choose to give you an award based off of your GPA. And different schools will have different amounts that they'll tell you about. Like if you have a 3.5 or higher, we'll give you $2,000 at Eastern to kind of encourage you. That's admissions money. So the admissions office, their job is to get students to come to the college. They're the ones that send you out the beautiful brochures. Those are the ones that come and talk to you at different events. Those are the ones that will read through your applications and determine who gets admitted and who doesn't. Well, they also have a pot of money that the school gives them to award out to students that they really want to attend their school. So if you are, a really attractive student to these colleges, you've got a strong GPA, good test scores, you write a killer application and resume or cover letter, and they're like, yeah, we want you. And we're pretty sure that you applied to other schools, and we're pretty sure those other schools want you. So, hey, come to us and we'll give you $2,000, right? As incentivizing you to go to their school or trying to get you to come there. So they're like, we'll give you some scholarship money. In private schools, they're really good at doing this. They'll give you lots and lots of money based off of your grades. They'll award you like a governor's scholarship or something, they'll call it like something, the chancellor's scholarship, right? Really nice title, makes you feel really good about yourself. And they'll say, we're going to give you $84,000 spread over 4 years if you come to St. Martin's. Well, that's great, except for you got to look at the cost of attending St. Martin's and then divide that 84,000 by 4, because they're giving you like the entire award. Because they want you to see that big number, like, oh, I'm going to go there. And you got to like drill down a little bit. We'll help you. Don't worry. Caroline's an expert on this. But we'll read through and like, oh, this is how much you're actually getting. This is how much is actually covering. This is how much you're going to owe. But yeah, those private schools give away lots of money. They want you to attend there. So those are the base scholarships right there. That's the admission scholarships. Then you can get scholarships. I only have like 3 minutes left. If you guys have questions, throw them up in the chat or shout out to me, because I'm just going to keep telling you some stuff about scholarships. The next way you can get scholarships is you can go and start applying for them. And so one of them we just had come and talk to our students was the Act 6 scholarship. And this is for urban leaders, right? And we're like, you have to live in the greater Seattle, Tacoma area. And we're like, Shelton's the greater Seattle, Tacoma area. Yes, it is. And they took it. And so there's a couple, it's PLU, St. Martin's, Gonzaga, Whitworth. Is there another one? Do you remember, Caroline? It's these private Christian schools in Washington State, and they came together and they make a scholarship program. And it's a very competitive scholarship. But if you are awarded the Act 6 scholarship, then they will combine that with any other free money that you'd be getting from the government, and it will cover your entire cost of attendance. That means your dorms, your books, your everything. So it's a really, it's really an exciting thing. Okay, there were a couple of questions here. I'm so sorry. Richard asked, how do I find out who my success coach is? Well, Richard's success coach, please give him a direct message. Miguel, okay, thank you. Miguel, your sister got a card from Eastern Washington to go visit the campus, but she did not go. You know, they want you to come visit them. They want you to come and like imagine yourself as a student. That's why we come and take you to these colleges. So it can be really exciting to go be on that campus. So the other scholarship money can be big. It can cover the entire cost of tuition. Some of these scholarships want people like the Dell scholarship. You guys heard of Dell Computing, right? Dell Computer Company. Well, they have a foundation, the husband and wife who founded the Dell computers, and they give out a large chunks of money to students. But they're looking for students who are below a certain income threshold. So if you make more of that money, you're not Pell Grant eligible or something, then you may not qualify for that one. But you might qualify for the Act 6 scholarship or many, many other scholarships that don't have an income requirement. We'll talk more about scholarships later, but I just wanted to kind of get that into your head. Scholarships, grants, there's lots of ways to fund your school. Lynn, I want to ask you about that in just a second. And Miguel, I'll ask you about that. I want to tell you guys one more thing before I forget though. Loans, I want to talk about those really fast. There are some loans that are better than other loans, okay? Across the board. Some loans are better than other loans. The government will give out a loan called the Stafford loan. And there's two different Stafford loans you can get. One is unsubsidized and one is subsidized. Can anyone tell me what a subsidized loan is? So a loan is money you have to pay back. And when you borrow money, you have to pay interest on that. We all kind of know that, like how credit cards work and stuff, or a home loan or a car loan. You borrow money, and like my mortgage, I probably will pay for my house 3 times over by the time my mortgage is over because of how much interest rate I get. So the Stafford loans have low interest, But on top of that, some of them are subsidized, which means the federal government will pay your interest on your loan until 6 months after you leave college. So if you leave college and you borrowed $10,000, but it was all subsidized money, you will leave owing $10,000, not more. If it's an unsubsidized loan, you'll start accruing interest immediately after you get that loan. You don't have to pay it back until 6 months after you graduate or leave college, but you do have to pay that interest. So maybe you borrowed $10,000 and it was unsubsidized, and you owe $12,000 when you graduate. I'm not sure about the math right there, but you get the point, right? So those subsidized loans are a pretty good option. If you need to get a little bit of extra help, you pay it back, but you don't owe any interest while you're still in school. So it's something to consider. All right. Lynn, you said you know what college you want to go to and you've been on campus. Lynn, what school is that? Central Washington University. Central is a great school. We'll talk more about Central later. I'm hoping you guys will plan me a field trip to Central during work study. Okay, well, I've talked long enough. I hope that was somewhat useful for you guys. I know for some of you going over loans and grants and subsidized and unsubsidized, you've heard me say it ad nauseum. But some of you, that might have been new information. We'll get guest speakers in to go over this stuff in more detail. And I apologize for any kind of confusion. So, Caroline, will you post that link again? If you are in group A, please click on this link and leave this meeting and go into the new meeting with Caroline. Can you guys do that for me?
All right, Group A, let's go to the new link.
I'm doing it on the folder, but hello.
Hi, Sebastian.
How are you guys?
Well, I'm doing awesome. I don't know about everybody else.
Great. I'm trying to melt. Yeah, same here. I do not have any air conditioning in my place. And it's definitely melting. I feel like I'm melting.
I feel that I'm on the same boat. I don't have AC or any of that. I need to go get a fan, to be honest.
Yeah. It is very, very hot. I do have two fans, but I feel like they're just spreading out the heat. Like it's not really doing any difference. Yeah. Good morning. Good morning. Miguel, good morning. Lynn. Yeah, it's very, very hot. All right. This is my time, I guess. Yeah.
All right, so the server should have access to.
Yep, you're good, Sebastian. I'll turn the class over to you. And we're right here if you need anything.
Okay, awesome. Yeah. I just will need the power to share my screen. That's all that I need for now. Okay, now I have it. Cool.
Okay.
Thank you. So let's start. I'm gonna share my screen for now. And I do see more people today, and that is lovely. I really, really appreciate you guys coming and making it possible through this very intense weather. I know that it's not easy at all to be right now on the computer instead of a really nice lake or somewhere colder. But thank you all for showing up and being here today. I am. One second, I'm just gonna share my screen real quick. Since I do see more people, new faces, new. Gerardo, do I accept this person, or you are the one with the power accepting people? I don't know if I.
That is Elizabeth. I would ask Elizabeth, who to accept, just because we've had a few people that aren't part of our
Yeah, that's
program.
Natalie
that we're trying to
though.
get in.
She's in our program.
Okay, cool.
Okay.
Thank
Yeah,
you.
I'm sorry. I'm doing some work on the site right now.
So good, so good.
Hi, Natalie.
Okay, yeah, set up a static game.
I gotta make sure that I don't accept anybody that is not part of my program. Okay, so since I do see new faces, again, welcome you all. My name is Sebastian, and I would love to introduce myself real quick for all those who weren't able to join us the last week. Last Friday was our first class, and they have a wonderful team that day. So I'll do it really quick. I start to find slides. Okay, let's see. One second, please. Okay, I found that here. Okay, real quick. I'm Sebastian. For all of those who just joined us today, I am going to be not the teacher, but the person who's going to help you guys with some of French. I do love languages, and one of my favorite things to do since I was like, I don't know, 13, 14 years old was to learn languages. And specifically, I focus my attention on two, which were primarily English and French. I am a Spanish native speaker, and like I said, I love languages. So yeah, so I'll be glad to join you guys this quarter, this wonderful summer. Basically, what we're gonna be doing is singing in French. Okay, so don't you worry if you do not sing at all. I don't either. Honestly, I don't have anything with singing, but I would love to work with you guys 2 songs so we can not only sing but also practice our pronunciation in French. That's the most important part. Okay, so like I said last week, I would love to always practice as much as we can French. So I'm gonna just jump to French, and then if there is any questions, please let me know. Stop me. You have the right to text in the chat box anything that you want to ask. Don't you worry for interrupting me or anything. So bonjour à tous. Aujourd'hui, nous allons apprendre à quel point il est important de connaître une langue, et plus précisément le français. Mais avant, je m'appelle Sébastien et je serai votre instructeur de français pour ce programme d'été. C'est fait amusant sur moi. J'aime courir et danser. Ma nourriture préférée est les fruits de mer. Ma couleur préférée est le bleu. Et j'habite à Seattle. Maintenant, c'est l'activité de la dernière semaine. Rappelez-vous d'abord un peu amusant sur vous. Qu'aimez-vous faire pendant votre temps libre? Quel est votre plat préféré et quelle est votre couleur préférée et où habitez-vous? And this is what we did last week, which was pretty much how we pronounce basics, like kind of basic vowel intonations, consonants, and so on and so forth. So quick brief about that. What we did last week was we introduced ourselves. We did share some of what we like, what we don't like, what we dislike, some way. We didn't work on that much, but we did share anything that we like or we really love. J'adore. Some of you guys were sharing that some of you guys like to courir, lire, monter, aller. Ma nourriture, what type of food do you prefer? And then we practice pronunciation. These last two were basically dedicated, the last two slides were dedicated to pronunciation most of the time. Then the third one was my couleur préférée. It's just basically my favorite color. And the last one, like in my example, I do have Javit.
Sebastian?
Yeah.
So the students were a little bit confused on what you were saying. I think there's some comments that they didn't have French last week. So this is group B. You had group A on Friday. And so this is group B. So they've never had French before. This is their first
Ooh.
lesson with you.
Okay. Oh, okay. Yeah, I have no idea that I had two groups.
Oh, well, I'm very sorry for that. We're going to blame Reva.
Okay, yeah.
My other person is not here, right? Yeah,
Okay.
so they're rotating different groups. And so group B is Mondays and Wednesdays, and group A is Tuesdays and Fridays. So this
write
group
that
has,
down right now. Yeah.
yeah,
Tuesdays and Fridays is B, and then A is
No.
Monday.
A is Tuesdays and Fridays.
A.
B, which is this is group B, is Mondays and Wednesdays.
Wednesdays. Okay, wow. Okay, you guys scratch all that I said. Let's start from the beginning. Okay, awesome. So I do have group B and then group B. Okay, cool. All right, so let's start. Sorry for what I just say. It was pretty much my introduction. So what we're gonna do today, guys, is we're gonna introduce ourselves and share a little bit about what we like, what we prefer in terms of food, and then what's our couleur préférée, and then where you guys live. Okay, if I know that most of you guys live in Shelton, Washington, if you want to be creative on this sense and just say, you know, I live in, I don't know, anywhere, Mars, Moon, or whatever you want to make it funny, it's cool, it's fine for me. You not necessarily have to say I live in Shelton or I do prefer this food or that food, you know, just be creative. But yeah, so if there is any questions regarding that activity, we're gonna spend a couple of minutes on doing that. Yeah, okay, so this is the activity pretty much. Is the first, since we're kind of short of time on that sense, I would like you guys to just go straight and start working on your own. I create these 4 questions. These 4 questions are pretty much gonna ask you to please introduce yourself, like me, like I did here, myself, which is gonna be fait amusant sur moi, something about me or something fun about me. And then each of you, I can, is gonna share, you know, what you like. Gotta be 2 verbs or 2 activities that you like to share. If you like to walk or read or whatever, it's fine. Just make sure that you do 2 activities at least. Then what's your favorite food, and then favorite color, and then what place that you live at. So since we're kind of short of time on this, and we do have more people today than what I had last Friday, what we can do is just let's do 2 of these questions. So you guys will say, you know, for example, I will pick somebody. Oh, something about me. I am not the teacher that I like to give the chance to the students to go and share. I do like to pick on people. I would love to every single of you share at least 1 or 2 of these questions. Okay, so everybody is gonna be sharing at least something, right? So please help me on that. I really want you guys to spend good time with me, and the idea is that we all know each other a little bit better. By doing so, I would like you guys to now, since some of you guys don't have any French background, it's completely fine. Like I said, this is not a French class, this is more, let's have fun with French and not necessarily that is going to be grammar or annoying things like that. So just spend the next 5 minutes from let's say from now until 10:08 sharing the same structure. Ignore my handwriting here. Just say, for example, Gerardo last time was sharing that he really liked to run, courir, and then he will be saying something like "J'adore courir," and that would be pretty much it, right? And then he will be jumping, or he was jumping to the second question, which is what favorite food, favorite color, and then where does he live? And this is all that we're gonna be sharing. So if you guys want to do the 4 of these sentences, just write it, type it anywhere, and then share it with us. Or if you want to do 2 of them, it's fine as well. So just make sure that it's at least 2. All right, is that clear, that activity? I know that it's a little bit rush, like we're in a very kind of rush thing, but it's just like I didn't know that groups thing. So it's don't worry for answering like correctly, or that is not like correct or wrong answer for me. It's just this is practice and this is fun. All right, so please the next couple of minutes until 10:10, let's leave it until 10:10. Share please with us, and then I'll start, just like you said, asking one by one of you guys to share a little bit about you. All right, is that clear? If there is any questions, please let me know. Just type in the chat box, drop it there, and I would love to work with you guys. And again, don't you worry for pronunciation or what's the perfect word for that or any of the stuff. Just tell us a little bit about your guys' life, and that's all that we want to know, right?
So let's go through. So you don't modify the C drive because the C drive controls the inheritance of most of the system, right? You modify the inheritance of the service of folder you're on. You don't want to touch C drive ever because you'll screw up for every user on the system. And they'll not finish the server. So those are all this. You can access it. Right, insert. There you go. Put it in. Disable inheritance or gain permission. Not disable inheritance. Oh, just disable inheritance. Disable the privilege. Take convert. Okay, so inherited from is now done. So we're going to administrators, users, and create owners. Okay, I'll hit apply it. And then if you apply, only system has access to this folder. Because then you've applied that, you don't actually have permissions. So I'll go back in and try to navigate to the folder. And of course, you apply yourself. So go back. Select property. So now you force yourself into it. Elevate yourself. So there's things. Hit add. Select principal. And establish. Still there. Control. Okay. Do that then. Change the location. Oh, the Taylor's already in there. Okay. Local service. Remove that. Local service. Local space service. Okay. You do it alone. I get full control. Just get read this. Go back. Slow down, Ken. I'm gonna look at it in a second. Okay, so we don't get one read. Or read. No, read.
Okay, I am going to start. It's all right, you guys keep working. I'm just gonna start with my, again, like a little reminder about what we're doing right now. Okay, so c'est très important de rappeler surtout 4 activités que nous aimons beaucoup. C'est par exemple, j'aime courir et danser. Ma nourriture, c'est la deuxième chose. Ma nourriture préférée est les fruits de mer. La troisième activité que nous allons partager aujourd'hui, c'est ma couleur préférée et qui peut être le bleu, le rouge. C'est les couleurs préférées. Et la quatrième activité, c'est j'habite à Shelton, j'habite à Seattle, j'habite à Olympia. C'est votre lieu de livre. So, on va commencer par surtout but before we continue with the activity, I'm just gonna do a quick survey. So in the chat box, you guys are gonna drop from 1 to 5 how your French is doing, because I know some of you guys probably took French or are taking French or are gonna be taking French, and you guys are like, so from one, okay, from 0 to 5. Let's do it from 0 to 5. Okay, 1, 0, 0, cool. No, that is not negative. It's only from 0 to 5. Okay, cool. I get it. That's all good. That's all fine. So don't you guys worry for that. Like you said, this is not a French class. This is more like, let's have fun with French and the way we'll be learning French. So it's all right. Is there anybody here that knows, like, it feels really confident about pronunciation, French or grammar French? If it is one, anybody? Cool. It's all good. All right. So we're gonna start 10-10. And just pretty much that's the activity for right now. Okay, we're gonna share and I read from, let me look, from Lynn. I think it was Lynn. Yeah, Lynn. I can unmute today. It's all right if you cannot use your microphone. Like I said, it's all good. As long as you share the info at the chat box. But the idea, I mean, primarily the idea is that you guys can only, say those words. That way we practice pronunciation, because the main point or the main reason that we're doing this moment together on Mondays and Wednesdays is that we will be singing at the end of the program 2 songs, and we'll be talking about it later. But the idea is to practice super good pronunciation. And yes, you're not going to be experts by the end of the quarter, but yeah, we are going to definitely do our best. So Richard says, je mange une pomme. Et oui, c'est bien. That's correct. Now I would love to hear you guys' voice. So let's start from order that I have right here. So I have Elizabeth. Elizabeth is not going to be. Gerardo. Gerardo was a great sharing his information last week, so I'm not gonna pick on him, but if he wants to share right now, it will be fine. That way it will give us the hint how it's gonna be the activity.
No, you're good. I'll go first.
Okay, cool.
Just like everyone else, after last week, I feel like I went from a 1 to a 1.1, so let's see how it goes. J'aime so I did hiking. So is it randonnée?
Randonnée. Oui.
Oh, j'aime randonnée. Ma nourriture préférée est I couldn't find the food. I'll say mango. Ma couleur préférée lever. J'habite Olympia, Washington, or Mexico, either one. So, yeah, that's
Si.
an
Merci
improvement.
beaucoup.
That was an
Oui,
improvement.
c'est très bien. La prononciation, c'est très, très bien. Merci beaucoup, Gerardo. C'est
Gracias.
merci. So that's it. Let's go with Corban. Corban, VOOSC. Corban, would you like to share? You can unmute yourself, and if you're not ready, it's fine. Just type in the chat box, say I'm not ready, and it's all good. We can just jump to the second person that I have here on my list. Okay,
It says he's not ready.
okay. Oh yeah, oh yeah, I want to open this chat box bigger. Cool, thank you. Yes, the idea is to do it in French. And like I said, if you do not have any idea how you pronounce it, it's all right. Okay, just say it as you feel like it's the pronouncing, and then I'll help you. But start from sharing with us some of you guys. So that will be fine. So I will jump with. Yeah, no, it's all right. We like definitely. Let me tell you a little bit about my Richard. Yeah, thank you. I'll tell you. I'll let you go in a second. I was just gonna share something real quick. When I started learning languages, which was pretty much like a while ago, I saw specifically French as one of the hardest ones because of the pronunciation. But then I would love to let you know, guys know that it's a matter of exercise. If you exercise the language, like you exercise your muscles when you run, or when you go in hikes, and then you ended up doing 5 miles, and then you keep practicing those 5 miles every other day, every other week, you one day are gonna feel like those 5 miles are, not enough, and then you are gonna go the mile further. And then that's exactly how languages work. At the beginning, it's definitely super stressful, and it's not something that everybody will do it so easily. So I do understand you guys, because I've been sitting in that position before. And it's nothing wrong, and there's nothing bad about worrying about it. So if this is you guys is stressed, and Quinn is here, if you guys are stressed or whatever, it's all right, okay? But we are gonna do our best, at least throughout the summer program, okay? So don't you worry, nobody's gonna make fun of you guys.
So Sebastian, I
yeah.
think that a couple, Isaac was saying, do we just read the stuff that's on the screen? And Richard said that he would be ready to try if you want him to
Yes.
try it.
Yes, so now I'm back on Richard. Yes, Richard, would you please help us? Richard Beckman.
Can you guys hear me?
Yay.
Yes.
Richard.
Okay. So j'habite à Shelton, Washington. Did I pronounce it right?
Correctly, yeah.
J'habite.
Merci.
Okay. And then so how do you pronounce the color one? Ma couleur.
Yeah. So ma couleur.
Ma couleur préférée.
Oui, c'est bien.
Préférée.
Préféré, oui.
Préférée est rouge. Or how do you say red? Rouge?
Oui, c'est très bien votre prononciation. C'est rouge. Pas
Rouge.
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 C'est bien,
Rouge.
c'est bien.
Ma couleur préférée est rouge. Rouge.
Oui, c'est bien. Merci.
Thanks.
Oh, excellent. C'est excellent. Merci beaucoup, Richard. Let's jump to.
Merci beaucoup means thank you very much, right?
Merci beaucoup is thank you so much.
Okay.
And excellent is excellent. Excellent. So awesome. Thank you so much, Richard. I do have Isaac. Are we reading this stuff from on the screen? Yes, we are using the same structure. So for example, for instance, just say j'aime means I like, or j'adore means I really love, I really like. And then you just put 2 or 3 activities that you like to do. So if you j'aime courir, means I like to run. Or if I really love, I really like, what I really adore, lire, which is to read, then I will share that. So that is the structure that we are keeping, and then we just add in what we actually like to do. Okay, and who is next? Let's see. Lynn, yes. Richard is excellent in pronunciation. Yes, I agree. Richard definitely has good pronunciation. I do feel like Richard is like, Richard probably say there is one or something like that. I only saw one, so he definitely will jump easier to 5 or higher. Okay,
Looks like Isaac wants to go.
Isaac, yay, thank you.
Can you guys hear me fine? Hello?
Yeah, I can hear you.
All right. So do I have to do all of them or just 2?
You can do all of them if you want. But 2 will be fine as well.
All right. J'adore science. First, I took French in freshman year.
Nice.
What does the third one say?
Which one? Sorry, the second one. Ma couleur préférée?
Yeah, I know how to say it. I just don't know what it means.
Oh, my couleur préférée is my favorite color.
My couleur préférée is, got to say, red.
Red. And then red will be rouge.
Rouge.
See.
I'll do the last one. J'habite.
J'habite.
Shelton.
Shelton, yeah. Merci beaucoup. Great. Excellent. C'est très, très bien. Merci, Isaac, pour votre présentation. On va continuer avec let's see who's next. Keita. You guys are gonna really forgive me for pronunciation. My pronunciation in names, like, it's really struggling. You know, English is not my first language, so I will definitely pronounce it like either French or Spanish. Keita. Okay, let's jump to Manuela. Manuela, and then Keira, Isaac. Okay, somebody else volunteer. So hold on, Manuela or Keira. Yes, Elijah Richardson. Please go ahead.
So what's the first question say? I forgot.
The first question is what you like. So j'adore or j'aime.
J'aime. How do I say anime?
How do you say which one? Sorry?
Anime.
Anime. Yeah, same. Same way. It's actually a universal word.
J'aime anime.
Then, quelle est votre nourriture préférée?
Mon préféré rouge. I think that's how you say red.
Sorry, say that again.
Mon préféré rouge. That's how you say red, right?
Yeah.
Okay. What's the third question say?
Ma couleur préférée, which is my favorite color.
I already did that one.
Sorry. And then you said what color?
I said rouge.
Orange. Okay. And then the last one?
What does it say? My favorite word. Where do I live?
Yes. Where do you live?
How do I say it?
J'habite.
J'habite à Libasta.
Yeah, oui. Ah, merci beaucoup. Raja, merci, merci. On va continuer avec Corvan says his mic doesn't work. It's so good if you can type in the chat box, and then if it doesn't work until the end of the classroom, until the end of the class, will be fine. Just next time we'll have to make it work so we can hear your wonderful French and words. So let's continue on, Manuela. Are you there? Everybody's gonna go. Everybody's gonna share. Okay, cool. Manuela,
Okay.
I will give you a couple of more minutes. It's all right. Somebody else is gonna save you. Let's say
Miguel.
Madison. Who? If somebody else wants to volunteer, it's fine. I'm just going on order in the list that I have here. Okay. Let's say who is going to volunteer now? Madison. Madison, yeah. Madison.
Okay, so I only say 2, right?
Yes, yeah.
Okay, and the third one means what's my favorite color, and the fourth one is where do I live?
Oui, c'est ça. C'est bien.
I don't know how good I am at this, but I'll try.
It's all good. No worries.
Okay, so my color, I don't know how to say that.
Ouais. Couleur.
Cooler and preferee.
Préféré. Mhm.
I don't know how to say yellow in French.
Let's ask somebody can help her. Let's say Richard or somebody else wants to volunteer, helping with yellow. Color. No, nobody.
Amarillo, or like, because I know in Spanish it's amarillo, so I would figure it might be similar, like amarillo or
Yeah.
something. That's just a guess.
Yeah, no, it's all good. Some words definitely are similar to the Spanish ones, but this is an exception, unfortunately. It will be okay. Since we don't have much time, it will be jeune. Jeune. Thank you. Yes, jeune.
Okay, and then Jahabita Shelton, but I don't know how to say Shelton.
Okay, no, Shelton, same way. Thank you. Merci beaucoup. Madison, c'est joli, très joli. Krilin. If I am misspelling or mispronouncing your name, please stop me and say, hey, this is the way that you pronounce my name. Okay, I would love to hear that feedback. Krilin. Or Manuela, or I just have 4 more people to go. So
Yeah.
I will do number 2.
Okay, yeah, merci.
Manuita Pafret Chicken Alfredo.
Oui, merci. And let's just jump now to Krilin. Javit. We lost that. Javid Shelton, or Javid Seattle, or Javid Olympia. All right. Merci beaucoup, Manuela. We, Krilin, can go after Miguel. Miguel, would you like to share?
I'll go. I'll
Awesome.
try to do all 3 of them.
Oh, great.
Jaim, Jaim plays soccer. Jador, my family. Manuri Turi preferi.
Okay.
Manuri Turi Ma nourriture préférée,
Okay,
Hispanic food.
okay. Oui, oui, merci.
Ma couleur préférée est color red.
Mhm. How,
Jahibita,
Javid, merci beaucoup. Javid, perfect. C'est très magnifique. Merci beaucoup, Miguel. We'll go now with who's the Krillin. Krillin. Yeah. The question: what's the pronunciation for food? Nourriture. Nourriture.
I can go next, right?
Awesome. Yes. Merci.
I guess I'll start with this the third one. Ma couleur préférée. How do I say green?
Vert. Le vert.
Le vert.
Vert. Oui, 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 oui. C'est bien.
And then I guess I'll go with the first one as well. Heim courir. Is that
Courir. Oui, oui, c'est bien. Si, merci. J'aime courir. Oh, okay. That is great. Merci beaucoup. Natalie. Oh, Natalie is the very last person. Am I missing? Yeah, I think Natalie hasn't shared yet. And I'm still waiting on Natalie, and let's see who's hiding here.
So I think Corbin and Len, Corbin had problems with his mic, and
Okay.
then Len can't do it right now. Or
Okay.
unmute.
So Keira, yeah, Keira and Natalie are the only ones missing now then. Okay, Natalie or Keira. Come on, you guys. Let's say Natalie. And Keira, last person. Okay, Natalie. Natalie. Okay. Come on, you guys. I hope that Natalie didn't fall asleep or something.
So do I just say the first one?
Yeah. You can pick it now at this point, anything from that list.
Okay. Je mets, j'adore, I don't know.
Yeah, no worries. What's the verb? What's the activity that you love the most in English?
I don't really know. I pretty much like to do anything.
Okay. Anything is also an activity. So let's use it as n'importe quoi. I'm gonna type it in the chat box. N'importe quoi. And then you can pick another one if you want. If not, it's completely fine.
Okay.
All right, let's go with thank you, Natalie, merci beaucoup. And then my last one is, oh, sorry, I typed it to Elizabeth. No, that's it. N'importe quoi, it's also an activity, so that one works too, which is
Heard my name.
yeah,
What is my name?
no, yeah, no, sorry, I was just texting you, but no, it was actually meant to be for everybody.
Okay. Did Kira get to go?
She's going now. Let's see.
Okay.
Ada, please, would you like to share? Anything really. At this point, you can pick one of those sentences to just throw it out there. We just really want to hear is a little bit about yourself, and that's it. Yeah, ma couleur préférée, c'est mauve. And yeah, it is completely fine for now to type it up, okay? Merci beaucoup, tout le monde. I really appreciate appreciate you guys sharing with us and with everybody what you like and what's your favorite color and stuff. But now we're gonna move a little bit faster. Like I mentioned it previously, the idea of this is on the way that we are learning French is to also have fun practicing pronunciation. You definitely don't know if your future love or your future job or the future school of your dreams is gonna be either in France or a French speaker country. So definitely give it a try to enjoy this time learning how to pronounce, and I'll be more than happy to help you with pronunciation as well. Merci tout le monde. On va continuer. And then I would love you guys to spend the next couple of minutes, no, the next 10 minutes to be exact. I'm gonna rush it on this one. And as you can see, I have a bunch of scratches here. Like really, this is my draft paper that I did last week, but we'll use it now. So we all are gonna unmute once I'm gonna go ahead and read, and then we all are gonna unmute and share for the pronunciation. So everybody's gonna keep unmuting in my classes at least for this quarter. All right. So the pronunciation, like I said, is it correct this word? Is not correct this word? No, it's fine. Like whatever you wanna pronounce it is completely fine. Very first thing to understand is that language is there is no such as perfect pronunciation in languages or any of stuff. So j'aime for now. J'aime, right? J'adore, right? And then if you want to, j'adore, correct. Like I said, you feel free to unmute yourself right now and start practicing with me. The idea of when you are learning a language, especially French, is that you need to hear yourself, and then you need to hear the person who is pronouncing it, the French person that is pronouncing it or whatever, so you can practice better. So unmute yourself, feel free to do it right now. So you, like you said, enjoy this time together. So j'aime, j'adore. These are some activities, right? So courir, lire, monter, aller. All right. And then any questions about vocabulary? So the very first one is I like, I love. Miguel shared with us that he loved his family, so he said something like j'adore my famille. And then run, the first one. The second one is to read, to write, and to go. That's the last one. All right. Ma nourriture. Ma nourriture.
Ma nourriture.
Ma nourriture.
Merci. Oui, ma nourriture. And then there is a here, like these are supposed to be lips. Like when you are kissing somebody, you put your mouth in that position of like you, and the sound of that word, every single time that you guys see this you have to do this sound. You. Like you are kissing somebody, all right? So that's why the lips are here. Ma nourriture. Préféré. And then the last letter doesn't sound, right? Same. French is so easy on something, and it is that you won't pronounce ever the last letter in every word. So for example, that's why you see a line that is crossing the last in almost every single one. And that means that it's way easier to pronounce it. So for example, you say préféré, and then this one, when an S and T are together, you ignore S and T. So you just say E. Exactly. So ma nourriture préférée est.
Ma nourriture préférée est.
Correct. Oui. Merci beaucoup. Très bien. Ma couleur préférée est.
Ma couleur préférée est.
Oui, merci. And then when you have an J in this case and it starts with H, the sound goes directly to the second vowel or the first vowel. So in this case, it's A, right? So in that case, it's just pretty much ja. J'habite.
J'habite.
J'habite, right? Because we are ignoring the last letter. Yeah, j'habite.
J'habite.
Right, and then, yes, thank you, Richard. That means the pronoun that we are using here is I. So I live, right? So me, myself, I live in, on, at, well, whatever. And then the A sound, since that has that accent, will be the sound of like the same sound in Spanish. If you have familiarity with Spanish, it's fine. If not, it's completely cool too. But that would be A. So j'habite à.
J'habite à.
Correct. And then that is it. Now what we're gonna be doing is everybody's gonna mute and we're gonna go ahead and say it out loud to everybody, okay? If you don't want to unmute, it's fine, but do your best to unmute yourself so you can hear better your own voice. Yes, it is like Joe in Spanish. So again, so we're gonna just go ahead and do it a little bit faster and then it will go like this. J'aime courir.
J'aime
courir.
J'adore lire.
J'adore lire.
Ma nourriture préférée est.
Ma nourriture préférée est.
Ma couleur préférée est.
Ma couleur
préférée est.
J'habite à.
J'habite à.
Merci beaucoup. C'est très, très bien.
Merci.
Now, I'll explain this quickly. So the purpose of our class, like I mentioned before, it will be just to pretty much sing 2 songs, but I do have an option. Everybody's gonna, like you said, for that presentation, everybody's gonna unmute and, you know, sing, all right? So just don't you worry for that. But I was gonna ask you guys if you guys are okay singing 2 songs or singing 1 song and 1 poem, or singing 2 songs and 1 poem. So either or, it's up to you guys. So homework, I hate doing homework, right? I don't like homework, but this is an activity that you guys are gonna think about it until our next class, sorry, that it will be on Wednesday. So by Wednesday, I would love you guys to please think on, would you like to sing 2 songs and 1 poem, or 1 poem and 1 song, or, you know, any of those combinations will work. But just make sure that you do decide whether you like to do that or not. I mean, whether you like to do the 2 songs or 1 song and 1 poem, or 2 songs and 1 poem. Everybody's gonna do. And there is no other options. I would love to say, hey, okay, we're not gonna do any of this, but no, this is actually very, very fun and you guys are gonna enjoy it, believe me. Now I'm gonna share this part of, so number 1, I would love you guys to think about it and then decide, because we are gonna decide that Wednesday whether we share 2 songs and 1 poem or not. So we're gonna do some random, you know, votation, and we're gonna go vote on that. And now I'm gonna share something that I actually prepared for today. In 1 second. So this is. My plan is to. Is there any questions? Sorry, anything you guys are lost? I have no idea what are we doing. It's okay. It's all good. No worries. Ask us now, please. If you do not have any questions for now, but you will have them probably later or today or tomorrow before class on Wednesday, just feel free to email me. I'll type my email right now in the chat box, and it's all good. This I'm gonna show you right now. I'm just trying to find it. I'm gonna show you right now. The song that I had on mind, but second part of the homework for next Wednesday is going to be picking a song. Okay, we're gonna choose a song. I don't want to choose the songs for you. I will, you know, I have many options. This is one of my options. This is the whole entire list of repertoire of music in French that I have for you. If there is anything here that you like, please feel free to, to say, hey, yeah, I love that music, or I actually would love to sing this one instead of the ones that you have there, whatever is fine. But this is one of the ones that we're going to be practicing pronunciation on. I know that you can probably hear it right now, but I would love for you to please, I'll type it in the chat box, to please give it a try, sing it, watch the video, learn some vocab, and then we'll be practicing pronunciation next week about this song, right? Next week, no, I'm sorry, next class, Wednesday.
Sebastian, we can't hear the song on this.
Yeah.
Make sure when you share, you hit the share sound
Please,
button
yeah,
too.
yeah, unfortunately I didn't do that. I'm kind of running out of time right now, but yeah, I just want you guys to please listen this song, watch the video, take a look at the lyrics. If you want to do any translation on that, just feel free to, look for the translation online. But if there is any other songs from this artist or any other singer that you guys want to share or sing from, it will be completely fine. Like you said, we will be pretty much singing that song. So whatever you guys choose or pick or decide, it needs to be something that we all at least agree, or at least most of us agree to sing. All right. So I don't know if there is anything else that you guys want to hear, understand, or if you guys have questions. We'd love to answer them right now before my time is over. With the idea of the poem, just a quick thing. The poem is going to be about 3 to 5 minutes long, and then the songs are going to be like the one that I just showed you guys are going to be about 3 or 5 minutes long. So the total presentation, oral presentation that we're going to be doing that day is going to be about 10 to 15 minutes, right? Depending on whether we decide 2 songs or 1 poem, or 1 poem and 1 song. So just give it a, just think about it and then relax, right? Because if you didn't feel comfortable today sharing just 2 or 3 sentences, definitely by the end of the quarter, the idea is that you can sing a whole song, right? And yeah, I'm very happy to have you all here, honestly. Very excited to see you all guys practicing this and learning from some of the French that I know. So please, any questions?
Thank you, Sebastian. That was really exciting. I'm sorry for the confusion on the 2 groups. Richard asked, what is your first language?
My first language is Spanish, and I moved to the United States 5 years ago, so my English is still, improving every day. And if I do mispronounce any of your names, please let me know so I can learn from you guys as well.
And if I pronounce any of your names, I'm just not very good at English. Okay, I do have a question for you before you go, Sebastian.
Yeah.
What is Allons-y?
Allons-y, it's more like, let's go, let's do it, we all go.
I just hear that one a lot. Allons-y.
Allons-y,
I don't know if I said that right.
Like in English, like when you say, hey, let's go, or let's do it, or go for it.
Okay. Cool. Awesome. Well, thank you, Sebastian. You guys are on break for 15 minutes, so just leave yourselves muted and your video off like you already are. If anyone wants to talk to me about Canvas or any issues that you're having getting logged in or anything like that, now is a great time to do that. Otherwise, take a bio break. Bio break means taking care of your biology, your body, right? So maybe you need to get some water. Maybe you need an ice or cool down. Maybe you need to go to the bathroom or get a snacky. All of those are great uses of your time right now. And when we come back at 11 o'clock, we will be moving on with Ben. He's got some really exciting stuff to do with sound. If you're able to put on headphones, that would be great. And please, please, please try and keep yourselves cool. Go dunk your head in cold water or something. I don't know.
Thank you all, and thank you for being here again. Again, questions or anything, comments, jokes, whatever you want to send me, it's fine. I'll happy to answer them.
Awesome. Thank you, Sebastian.
Thank you all.
Miguel, lunch is at 12:45, and it's for an hour.
Yes, it's 12:45 to 1:45, but we'll see you guys back at 11, correct, Elizabeth?
Yep,
11.
11.
All right.
And I'm here if anyone needs to talk about anything.
All right, take care, stay safe and cool. Bye you all. Oh wait, I have a question from Richard. Okay, Richard, I can answer that question really quick. I did study, so I learned French when I was at the university. So I went to a private Catholic institution, university type of college in Colombia. Colombia is the country that I came from, and that's where I learned French. I studied French for over 4 years and a half. And then I learned English when I came here to the US 5 years ago. So yeah, my native language is Spanish. So yeah. Thank you, Richard. Thank you all. Take care. Elizabeth? Sorry.
Yes.
I was just gonna ask you, is there any way to have the list of the attendance? They call the, the ones that I have on my class A and my class B.
Oh yeah. You know what? We have it on the handy dandy website.
Great. It's
Because that way the students can't forget what group they're in. I wrote it down, I put it on the internet. I sent you the link right there. But if you scroll down to the bottom, there's the groups, Group A and Group B. Now, of course, like every summer we ever have, more students sign up than actually show up. So, our list will be a little bit different. But Group B is our younger students, so there tend to be more of the incoming freshmen up through 10th graders. And Group A is our older students.
Great. I will definitely keep an eye on, and I love the website. It's just amazing. This is a new thing, right? Because
Yeah. Do you remember S? He worked at Evergreen. He was a student there as well, and he worked for us 1 year. Anyways, he designed a website for us, and then I can just do blog posts. He has a whole template and everything, so I just throw stuff in there, and it makes it look pretty. So we have and it translates.
Oh wow!
Oh,
yeah, that's
Sebastian?
lovely. Yeah.
If you're not busy, I have a question for you.
Yeah.
Do you know of any browser extensions that will automatically translate a web page for us?
No, I don't. And the only one that I sometimes use is Google Translate, but not as a browser extension, because at least I haven't seen as a browser extension.
Some of the IT people were telling me that there was a setting in Chrome where you can set your language in Chrome, and then there will be a translate button that will appear. But I don't use Chrome. I don't really want to put Chrome on my computer because Chrome is bad. So I don't know if there was a way that we could translate web pages like that to other languages. So, okay. Well, I was just asking.
Yeah, no, I'm sorry, I can't help you. But yeah, it would be amazing to do it. I mean, easier, definitely easier. Yeah, no, I haven't heard about it. All right. Okay, thank you so much for that. I really appreciate the group's names and everything. And I'll see you on Wednesday. No, sorry, so lost. Tomorrow.
All right. Thank you, Sebastian.
Take care.
Bye.
Thank you. Bye.
Hey, Elizabeth.
Yes.
So, I'm still having trouble with my Canvas account.
Okay. So did you find the email at all?
I did not.
Okay. and you search through your junk mails, you searched by at evergreen.edu, you
I did.
searched all that stuff. Okay. So I'll put you on the list and I will ask them to resend it to you. They are very busy, the people that have to do this, and they have been not really responsive to me asking for this stuff. But I will put you down and hopefully within a day or two we can get you on there. So I think that maybe some of the students can tell you what was expected out of Amanda's class. I wasn't there. So kind of what assignment they're working on. I think that you guys were like, you went on a nature walk and like try to pick out something that you're interested in doing a research question about. And that was the main point of Amanda's class. Is that right, you guys? Does anyone remember who's here? Like what you guys went over in STEM?
Yeah.
Okay. So that's something perhaps, Richard, that you can do on your own time is kind of try and think about something you can do a research subject or research paper on that would be using ecology. So maybe there's a bird that you're interested in, or you're interested in like, are there salmon in this creek or things like that. And I think your fellow students can give you some more information on that. Otherwise, the other thing that we went over in my class was we're creating a resume, and this is a future resume. And so it's all about like what you plan to have on your resume when you graduate from high school. And so we'll still use a resume template, just like you would off of a Google Doc or something. And you would, or Word or whatever it is that you use, just grab one of those templates. And you want to like kind of put down things that you plan on doing. So maybe some volunteer work that you plan on doing. Maybe you want to go work for Adopt a Pet every Saturday for 3 hours. And maybe you want to put on some adoption events. The one thing we really went over on there was kind of when you're writing your resume, try not to put down just what your duties were, put down what you accomplished. So if I put down that I am educational advisor for Upper Bound Shelton, instead of just like listing all the bullets of what I should do, I could be like recruited 50 students for the 2001, 2002 school year. Graduated 20 students from class of 2020 with 40% or 50% of them attending college. The things that I accomplished, the things that I did, right? How many kids did I get to college? How many kids did I bring in the program? How many field trips did I organize? My accomplishments, not what my duties are. Does that make sense at all?
Yeah.
So that was kind of a hint that we did on, this is our Canvas page. That was kind of a hint that we did on like kind of understanding resumes. So we looked over some different resumes. I shared an example of mine. I showed a hiring person from HR and like how really good theirs is. So like that next level. And we talked a little bit about cover letters, and we talked about reading job postings and the importance of how you can fill those out. So that's kind of what we went over in my class. You can watch it all on the Google Drive, or I'm sorry, on YouTube. We did share it onto there, so if you want to watch it, you're welcome to. But here is our, I'll show you that in a second. Here's our Canvas page right now, which hopefully I'll get you into very soon. Underneath modules, the STEM modules aren't in here. I will ask about that. Humanities are. This will be our first humanities class today, so Ben will go over it. And then mine was reviewing the syllabus and the resume of a graduate. And so it's not due until the 30th, so you got a little bit of time. If for some reason you can't get into Canvas, let me know and I will, you can email it to me and we can take care of it that way. But students will create a functional resume based on what they think they will have accomplished by the time they graduate from high school. Resumes should be 1 page in length and follow the standard template. Under experience, students need to list what they accomplished in that position, not just what duties they were assigned. Remember, experience includes unpaid work. And then for our rising seniors, the resume needs to include a strong reflection on the work already done and a plan for what should be accomplished during senior year. So do you have any questions with that assignment, Richard?
I don't. That sounds pretty well straightforward. Make your
Yeah.
resume.
Well, we talked about how resumes are often a requirement for graduation. And we talked about why graduation's resumes are a requirement for graduation. Some colleges will ask for a copy of your resume. Some scholarships will ask for it. So it's good to have on hand. And we compared how job hunting and applying for college can be really similar. So those are kind of the different things we went over in my class, but I will bring up our YouTube page.
And I can only complete those assignments if I'm on Canvas, right?
No, I mean, like I said, if you can't get into Canvas, email it to me. Like, we're not going to have someone not be able to turn in work because they can't get their Canvas done, but we will get everyone into Canvas. That is our goal. So I'm going to share my screen again. Share. Here's a link to our page, but we're upper bound 360, just like our Instagram. And then we are having well, I thought that I made a new, okay, I'm going to make a playlist. I thought that I already made a playlist for for Summer Learning Institute 2021. But here is the one we just did. So this is the 24th, which is Thursday, my class. And then I will,
There's something to be said though, like the reason why
I have group B recorded, so I'll put group B's on there as well. What they did on Friday, but that won't really go to you guys. That's just for group B. The live stuff we don't have recordings for, but the online stuff we can. So feel free to jump through the portions of the day that you don't need. I'm going to work on getting more of these uploaded for everybody. Isaac, for what's due for Canvas, Isaac, you should be able to be in Canvas right now. So you can look at that, but you can go right here to, once you log into your Canvas, go right here to assignments, and it will show you like, these are some things that I have. This is something that you have out of another class. Multiple dates are due. So I guess there's not a lot of work on here yet. We'll talk to the teachers about this. Here's the syllabus. So Thursday group, or Friday group A, it's gonna have grade is so Thursday. Grade discussions for these different classes. I have a syllabus review, resume of a graduate, and then college search. These are the assignments that I have in here. Ben will go over his assignments, and then Amber's going over their assignments. So yeah.
Do you still have one of those? Install AC and like.
All right. Hi, Ben. Sorry I kept you waiting. I was
Hello.
rambling.
Oh, no. It's fine.
Faith, I am so happy that you've made it today. This is our first class that we've had with Ben, who's teaching our humanities. We are just really excited to have you. I don't even know if you could hear me, but yeah, I'm glad that you're here. First day of class, so we'll make you welcome. Actually, Faith might be in the other group. Faith is in the other group.
Aha.
Okay. All right, Faith, can you hear me, my friend? Okay. So, because of the weather and everything, Group A is meeting online in another Zoom. So I'm scrolling up. I'm going to find that link for you. Okay. So Faith, I just got this link. I put it in the chat. If you want to join that Zoom, you'll be with your group and going over some STEM stuff, and it should be really great. But we're super happy that you're here and that you're joining us. My child just brought a cat to me. Okay, so Ben, I will shut up and let you take over.
All right. Thank you, Elizabeth. Good morning / afternoon, depending on how long you've been awake for some of us. How is everyone surviving the heat? I encourage anyone to pipe up on the audio, but also chat. Not well, not well. It's all right.
I'm cool.
You're cool. Gerardo's cool.
No, it's like I told Sebastian earlier, just like Sebastian, I don't have AC at my place, so I have to go buy like a little fan or something. So I'm over here sweating. So if I turn off my video thing, it's just, I'm gonna go wash my face and stuff. So it's hot.
Oh, I understand. I went over to my friend's last night to have dinner, and he doesn't have AC. He's downtown, and I was just sweating. I was just dripping with sweat.
Yeah.
Just,
I'm on the second floor, so it's even hotter.
Oh no!
Yeah, in my apartment, I'm like on the second floor, so it's like all the sun just comes down. I'm like, oh, okay, cool. Yeah.
Oh.
Now I bet downtown's gonna be hot too. So.
Oh yeah, I'm sure there's much more heat down there because of all the asphalt. At least it's by the water though, so maybe there's a breeze.
Yeah, true. I don't know.
I can't complain. I have AC, so please don't hate me. Please.
Yeah, I'm gonna go on a run after this. So.
Oh really?
Yeah.
Some of us want to go to Minnesota or Greenland.
Antarctica. I'll go down there for a bit, maybe 2 seconds. Good, Gerardo. I also live on the second floor. Yeah, no. Yeah, Miguel, it's hot. I'm sweaty right now, so it's something.
I went to my niece's graduation party yesterday. It was outside at a park.
Oh no.
But there was a lake. It was so hot that I actually put on a bathing suit with a bunch of high schoolers and got into lake water. Check it out. I feel like seaweed in my bathing suit and everything. I was really hot.
Yeah. I got to swim my friend's pool. It was just excellent. Except the pool was like 95 degrees, so it wasn't that great. It was something.
Miguel says he might go to Walmart and sit in the chairs just for the AC.
Yeah, there you go. That's a good idea. You gotta get creative. You can always walk the mall.
The public library is open as well.
Ah, that's great.
So in Shelton, you guys know where the library is at, and you can go in there. Read a book.
Read a book at the library.
Be on your Chrome or something. Headphones.
Buy me food.
All right, so I'm going to go over what I'm going to talk about today. It'll be a slideshow presentation and some conversation and a little bit of listening. Let me share my screen here. Oh, I need screen sharing privileges. Thank you so much. Let me make sure I know where everything is. Oh my gosh, so many windows open. Okay. I need to be better about my computer cleanliness. Here we go. Share sound.
So Krillin's asking if we will need Audacity.
We are not going to focus on Audacity. If you have a computer that's not a Chromebook, you're more than welcome to use Audacity. And I can show you outside of class a little bit more how to use that. Just because the majority of us have Chromebooks, I've found another program that will work in your browser window. So it works online basically, and it's the same fundamental features as Audacity. I may not have updated the module. I need to look and see if I still have that instruction to download Audacity. But it doesn't work on Chromebooks right now. Unless you do some fancy sort of workarounds that I don't want to waste time doing. Okay. So, view, present. I'd like to talk about the soundscape. Can everyone see this? Let me pull up the chat. I always forget to do that. All right, great. Yes, yes. So the soundscape. So this idea of soundscapes are going to be a focus of 3 projects that I'd like you to complete this quarter. During this program. I'm used to teaching a quarter system here. So what is a soundscape? We'll talk a little bit about that. That'll be one of the topics we go over. Here are some others. A creative life. I just want to talk for a second about having a creative practice and how important that is. Headphones. I'll just say right now, if you have some headphones, please get them and use them for this presentation, and for most of our class meetings, I'd like to have some amount of listening. Does anyone not have headphones? Does everyone have headphones? Any kind of headphones? Earbuds, AirPods, any way you can bring the sound close to your ears. Or if you can hook your laptop up to a set of speakers, that would probably be fine too. So please grab those now if you have them. I'll talk about the Soundscapes projects. We'll go into what is a soundscape. We'll discuss why we would want to study sounds. What does that even mean to study a sound? We will talk about the parts of a soundscape. We'll look at some ideas from music that could be useful for thinking and talking about a soundscape, since it is sound and music is sound. We'll look at a piece of work by let's see, she calls herself an acoustic ecologist, but also you could say she's a music composer. And her name is Hildegard Westerkamp. She also has an essay called Sound Walking, and an assignment which I'd like you to complete in preparation for your first project. We'll talk about these digital recorders that you will eventually and hopefully receive sometime this week, and the audio editing software that we'll be using, which is not Audacity. It's something else, and I'll show you all about that. And then we'll look at the assignment for Project 1. Sound good? Any questions before I begin? Please feel free to ask at any time and stop me if anything's unclear. So what does a soundscape mean? So when we think of a soundscape, on the first day I asked, well, what does that make you immediately think of? And someone said a landscape. And that is entirely correct. I would say a soundscape is kind of like a landscape for your ears, where instead of in the visual realm, we're looking at a scene, maybe things in the background or people in the image. We are listening to an acoustic image of maybe a forest or maybe a city, and there are all these parts within this landscape. There may be mountains, although in the mountains we don't see them, but we can hear the environment that the mountains exist in. And instead of using our eyes to point out things, we're using our ears to focus, as if our ears were a kind of an eye, and we're using our ears to look. There is a guy by the name of R. Murray Schafer who coined the term soundscape. And he is a music composer, he is a pianist, he studied traditional music, and was also very interested in the natural world. And what he noticed is that you could think about the natural world as a musical composition. You would have to approach it from a different place, though. You can't be looking for the traditional musical things, because the natural world has so much more than a piece of music does. But what would it mean to think about the sounds of the natural world as a piece of music, is one of his questions. So here's a definition that he gives for a soundscape. The soundscape is an acoustic field of study We may speak of a musical composition as a soundscape, or a radio program as a soundscape, or an acoustic environment as a soundscape. We can isolate an acoustic environment as a field of study, just as we can study the characteristics of a landscape. So here's a question I put to you all. Why study sounds? Don't be shy.
There's a weapon in the military that blasts sound waves at people.
There's something, wait, say that again.
There's a sound cannon in the military.
There's a sound cannon, yeah. Okay, so that's like a weaponized sound. So that could hurt someone. So sound can have a physical effect on you. And in that sense, it would be useful to know how to use sound. But why would someone study a sound? It expresses emotion to get a better understanding.
To figure out where it came from.
To figure out where it came from. Yeah, to find out what's making the sound. To understand how it works and to know why sound is and what sound it is. Oh, I see. Great, these are good. I like what
If you
Krillin.
study sounds, you can better understand how people that are blind visualize the world.
That's really good. And I meant to bring that up to the other class too. Is the extent to which we live in such a visual culture that we tend to ignore sound. Although there's lots of sound happening around us all the time, it may be important to study sound to get a better understanding of our world, like Lynn said, or to find new avenues of expression, or find new sounds that could be meaningful for us. To follow the rhythm, that's good too. But really, also I want us to think about how it won't just help us better understand the world out there, but also ourselves and who we are as listeners, and the things that we find important in this world that we either want to preserve, like sounds that we want to preserve that are maybe in danger of not existing anymore, or sounds that we don't want to have in this world. I mean, we live in a very industrial world full of sounds that can cover the sounds that we would like to amplify. So in this sense, I'd like us to think about studying sounds as far as sounds that can enrich our lives, sounds that we think are important, that we want to preserve and amplify. So, that fellow who gave us the quote about the soundscape at the beginning has this short little video where he sort of lays out his philosophy about sound, and the most important aspect of sound is listening. Just make sure you have your volume up.
A soundscape is any collection of sounds, almost like a painting is a collection of visual attractions. I think when you listen carefully to the soundscape, it becomes quite miraculous when you listen carefully and marvel. Well, we hear the train going off into the distance. We can hear some birds, of course. We can hear some traffic noise from Highway 7, quite distant. The most interesting thing, of course, is the birds at this time of the day. You can hear them in all directions. I think if you listen carefully, your life is enhanced. I think it becomes much more interesting. It's the same as looking carefully. If you can use your senses properly, and in art we try to get people to use their senses, to listen carefully, to look carefully at things, that enriches your life. In a way, the world is a huge composition, a huge musical composition that's going on all the time without a beginning and presumably without an ending. We are the composers of this huge, miraculous composition that's going on around us, and we can improve it or we can destroy it. We can add more noises or we can add more beautiful sounds. It's all up to us. In other societies, one had to exercise one's memory for sounds. There were no recordings. Every sound committed suicide, you might say, and would never be heard again, not exactly the same way. And in some ways, that made people more perceptive and more considerate of the soundscape that they were living with. They were more moved by it because it was living all the time around them. If you have an original sound, and then you put it through a microphone and distribute it through loudspeakers, you can multiply that sound by millions of times. So we're living in a kind of dreadful time in which we have sound overkill, and that's a real problem. So one thing we might think of doing is to begin to reduce the number of sounds in our life. A real sound, of course, is absolutely unique. It has an excitement about it and probably an authenticity, a fidelity that will never be achieved by recordings. But what you're hearing now is not real sound. My voice isn't coming from me. It's coming from sounds that were made a long time ago. And what happens if my voice stops? What do you hear then?
So at the end of that video, he just holds up a sign and it says, "Listen." What did you notice when that happened? What did you hear? You heard your fan? Yeah, your fan. Me too, me too, me too. I did too. The living room TV. My fan too. Did you hear anything else? No, nothing else? Someone's speaking.
I heard traffic.
Traffic. Yeah, I heard traffic too.
I heard keyboards. I heard the gate going. I heard my husband breathing.
Elizabeth was really listening. Last time, the last group, there were several people who said, I heard nothing. There was nothing. And that brought up the discussion about silence. You heard your thoughts. Your thoughts make noise. Your thoughts must be pretty loud. So, his main point is that listening should be the place that we start with all of this. Your headphones are noise canceling. So, what is silence? Well, good for you, Richard. The question that this makes me think of is, what is silence? The lack of noise?
Lack of sound waves in a space.
Lack of sound waves in a space? What is a noise?
Isn't noise just vibrations, and then we perceive it as something, or apply meaning to it?
You could describe that. I would say that that's a sound. Noise is usually also used to describe sounds, but I guess I'm thinking of noise in the sense of either a sound that's not wanted by someone. You know how you could be playing some music for your friend, and they'll say, what is this noise? Or for your parents. Like in my instance, I listened to a lot of punk rock when I was a teenager, and they would say, this is just noise. How can you understand this?
So do you feel like the difference between dirt and soil, where one's like, okay, you want soil, but you don't want dirt?
Dirt and soil. Maybe, yeah, maybe. Yeah, maybe. One person's soil is another person's dirt, in the same sense that one person's sound is another person's noise. So, okay.
Unwanted sound that drowns out the good sounds.
Unwanted sound that drowns out the good sound? Yeah, that's a good use of noise. There's something useful about noise too. It doesn't always have to be unwanted sounds. So in these moments of listening and paying attention to the sound environment around you, you could hear lots of things you may just consider noise in your everyday life. If you are trying to listen to people talk in a room and there's a bunch of cars going by, there's fans going on, all of those things could be noise that are getting in the way of you understanding what people are saying. But if you wanted to include those sounds in your soundscape or in your listening as something, interesting or something that could tell you something about your environment, these noises suddenly can become full of life and full of interesting aspects that you maybe didn't notice before. Maybe you're noticing the similarity between the rumble of the fan and the rumble of the car going by. And I've never noticed those two things before. Or maybe you're noticing, gee, there are a lot of electrical and motorized devices going on all around me that I just didn't notice until I stopped to listen. Yeah. Go ahead.
I think for that, like when people hear a car, they can tell. Like personally, I hear a difference. Like I can hear the traffic in your background, and I can kind of hear a difference between that and the fan without really listening to the fan because I'm trying to ignore the fan and be mute. And so, I think it's the same thing with like for instance, traffic for you, you may not be listening to it all the time, but usually
Yes.
it's either a nuisance where it's like, okay, I can't fall asleep because there's just so many cars going by.
Yep.
That kind of thing.
Yeah.
So people hear the noise, but they just try to ignore it because they find that it's a problem, or it's
Yeah.
annoying, or it's
Yeah, you're totally right. I agree. And so in this video, he makes the point that we are just inundated with sounds all the time. There are noises all around us. And maybe he posits, he says, maybe that what we should do is try and turn some of them off and try listening to the outside world rather than piling on lots of noises. And I think especially in this time when we have lots and lots of media and noises going on all around us, we live in kind of a headphone culture where we walk around with headphones on all the time, or we're constantly playing media all the time. What is that doing to our listening abilities when we're always blocking out the outside world? And so maybe it's on us to try and listen as if we're listening to a piece of music to the soundscape around us. Kind of off topic, but planets make sound, since they've heard a planet sound. Planets have vibrations that we use, where we use technology to turn them into something that we can hear as sound. So in a sense, they don't actually make sound, they vibrate, and you can interpret vibrations as sound. This is great. I'm really happy that we're going further into this. Let's keep going. Is sound action? That's a really good question. So what's in a soundscape? Just hang on to that question, Krillin. I really like that. As a music composer, that's an interesting question to me. Is sound in action? What's the physicality of a sound? So what's in a soundscape? Well, sounds, in this sense, of our projects, we're going to be talking about field recordings. And field recordings are recordings from the field. In the same way that maybe an anthropologist goes out and studies maybe the written culture of the world, people who make field recordings are documenting the acoustic sounds of the world. And those can be natural sounds of maybe the geography or the climate, so water, wind, forests, plains, birds, insects, and animals. Human sounds, so sounds made by humans. Urban sounds, maybe the sounds of a city, so sounds made by humans, but a particular type of environment, the urban sound. Mechanical sounds, which can exist inside an urban sound or not. Motors, gears. Acoustic signals, so things that sound alarms, bells, whistles, horns, sirens, things that we interpret that have a particular message. Like the school bell has a message that is saying, school is out. Or a whistle that a coach blows on is saying, stop, or pay attention. Or a police siren that goes by. Or an air siren. Sound events. So an event in the dictionary is defined as something that occurs in a certain place during a particular interval of time. So that's pretty general, right? And you could argue that if you're sitting in a park with your friend and there are crickets going off, one friend could say, oh, well, that's just the background that we're talking in. Or maybe the crickets going off suddenly is an event for someone, saying, well, that's something significant that wasn't happening before. Sorry, that wasn't a great example, but as we go on, I'll try and point to what I would consider an event. So yeah, we'll just keep going. Or if you have questions about that. Vague, yes. Richard says vague. I think if we had an example it would be clear. So noise, which I hear has defined as an unwanted disturbance, but really that's in the ear of the beholder. Silence, again, like when R. Murray Schafer held up that piece of paper. Well, none of you seem to think it was silence, but the last class, some said that just nothing was happening. So I find the idea of what is silence a really interesting thing. And someone mentioned even with noise canceling headphones, they heard nothing. However, if you go inside a noise canceling chamber, you would even hear the sound of your nervous system happening or ringing in your ears. So the question about whether silence really exists is dependent upon us as biological creatures, and would we ever really experience silence? No, probably not. But for me, what interests me about silence is what is in the silence? Is there something there that I've never noticed before that I've just thought as silence? So that question is always on my mind when I'm listening, and I'm thinking there's a silence there. Is there something in there that I haven't noticed before? Maybe a very small sound that I've never paid attention to. So what could we use from the world of music? So a parameter in music would be a part or a component that is distinct from one another. So by that I mean volume. Have you ever been in the world's quietest room? Well, I have tinnitus, so I have constant ringing in my ears because I have ear damage. So I try and avoid quiet rooms. Has anyone else been in the world's quietest room? I never have. I've only read reports.
Soundproof room at like the Children's Museum, where you're supposed to scream as loud as you can. See what decimal you can get to.
Oh, I know what you're talking about.
That's fun.
Yeah, that's really fun. So if I went into a soundproof room, what I would hear is happening in my ears all the time. So I never get to have silence. In fact, I try and avoid it as much as I can. So a parameter in music. So it is an aspect of music that is distinct from another one. And by that I mean, if we started with something really simple like pitch. Pitch is separate from volume, and volume is separate from duration. So these three things can change and not affect the other ones. That's less important than just thinking of these as the parts of music. Separate parts of music that are related but aren't dependent on one another. So you can have a different pitch and it wouldn't change the volume. Or you could have a loud and soft volume and keep the same length of your musical note. So in this list, here are some that I think could be useful in talking and thinking about soundscapes. So we have pitch and tone, volume, sometimes called amplitude, duration, we have rhythm, timbre. It looks like the word looks like timbre, but it's actually timbre. And it's the quality or sound color. We have what's called the texture, the musical texture. And then again, of course, we have silence, because I think silence is very undervalued in our listening culture. So let's go through each of those. Does anyone have a definition for pitch? What is a pitch?
How high or low a note is.
How high or low a note is? Yep, that's really good. tone. Tone is another name you could describe a pitch with. So in music, we use pitch, but actually pitch, like we said before, with sound and noise, is a frequency. It's a vibration that's measured in frequencies. And we perceive this vibration when it hits when it moves the air molecules and hits our eardrum, we perceive it as a tone. And we call this in music a pitch or a note. Pitches can be high, low. I mean, there's a range of human hearing, and there's a point where a vibration moves so slowly that we don't even perceive it as a note, and we don't perceive it as a sound anymore. Or there is a frequency, there's a vibrating body that's moving so quickly that we don't hear that. We hear it as a high pitch until we can't even perceive it anymore. You know, like dog whistles. Dog whistles are a whistle that is so high that humans can't even hear it. But dogs have a higher range of frequencies that they can hear, so they can hear that note as a very high frequency, high pitch. So, of course, in music, we talk about pitches, we talk about melodies. And in a soundscape, you may hear a melody from some music that's being played by a car that's passing by. You may recognize that from music, or you may hear the pitch of a air conditioner somewhere. I'm thinking about air conditioners a lot today. You may hear the pitch of a bird song. You may not think of it as a pitch. You may not recognize what note that is, or you may not hear the melody in the song very clearly, but you could recognize the difference between the high sound of a bird and the low sound of a bear or a deer or something. So volume. Does anyone have a definition for volume?
How much of a note there is, like how much, I guess.
Yeah, how much? Yeah, kind of hard to talk about. Level of frequencies?
Almost like how loud it is.
Yeah, absolutely. So it's how loud something is, or how soft something is. And something that I find really interesting. Oh yeah, I'm going to post this whole slideshow on the modules, and I'll show you where that is after this. So do not worry, this will all be available to you offline as well. So in our everyday life, we experience all kinds of volumes. I mean, the world outside is not a produced piece of music. Although I think because a lot of the music we listen to has either very loud, it's very, very loud, or pretty soft, the idea, we don't really think of the idea that there can be a whole range of volumes. Even though when we go outside, we hear this vast range of volumes. And what I would encourage us to do is to approach these soundscapes thinking of a large degree of types of volumes. And I will embarrass myself in front of you and display something from music, from particularly the orchestral world of music and notated music, that I think is really useful in approaching these soundscapes and thinking of sound having extremes in volume, but also degrees. So in written Western notated music, we use these symbols right here, these P's and F's and M's. So this P right here, if you can see my cursor, the single P is called piano, and it means soft in Italian. And the single F here means forte, and that means loud. I'll get to your question in a second. This M in front of the P means mezzo piano, so that's medium soft. This M in front of the F means mezzo forte, and that's medium loud. So if you have 2 Fs, it's called fortissimo. And if you have 3 Fs, it's called fortissimo. And the same goes for the Ps. If you have 2 Ps, you have pianissimo. And if you have 3 Ps, you have pianissimo. And it would be something like this. If you could think of one of the softest sounds you could make that's just barely audible, it might sound something like this, where you can almost just hear it. But if we get to pianissimo, maybe it's just a little louder than that, but it's almost hard to hear still. And if we're at piano, we know it's a soft volume, and you can hear it pretty well, but it's just pretty soft. But if you go to medium loud, medium soft, then we can just hear a little better. But if we move to medium loud, then I'm just a little bit louder, but you can tell that I'm significantly louder than medium soft. But if I go to forte, then I'm pretty loud, and you can tell that this is a little bit louder than medium loud. And if I went to loud, fortissimo, then I'm a little louder. And if I went to 3 Fs, fortissimo, I'm just yelling and I'm gonna hurt my voice. So if you went out into the world and you tried to appreciate the vast array of volumes, maybe it would give you something more to notice in the soundscape rather than things just being very loud and very quiet. And you can play with that too in these projects, and I would encourage you to do that. Oh no, I'm sorry, Lynn. I'm sorry, Lynn. I was hoping that as I worked up in volume, you would be able to adjust. I will. It's the same volume, you just can't hear as because it's further away. If something is further away and seems quieter, does it count as a lower volume, even if it's the same as it were to be up close? That's a really great question. And I would say that has something to do with your perspective as a listener. And I really like that question a lot because as an artist, remember Armory Schaefer was walking around in the woods there in the snow talking about how artists have always tried to get us to see things differently, have always tried to show us our world in a different light. So what can you do from your perspective to show us that, okay, maybe this loud sound that we're really used to hearing far away is really soft. So what is that experience like to hear this ferociously loud sound off in the distance as a very soft sound? So yes, I would say volume has a lot to do with perspective. It almost has everything to do with perspective. Also, is volume perceived by the person hearing it? You all asked just the best questions. Or is it a technical thing? There is an objective way of measuring amplitudes that we have created that is based on the human's perception of volume. So that's actually a really hard question to answer. Volume is perceived by the person hearing it, but there is a limit to the capabilities of the human eardrum, because there are sounds that can damage your hearing. So we know that sounds very, very loud will have a physical effect that will hurt somebody, or sounds too quiet to be heard exist. But again, that also depends on your age and your species, because there are different species that can hear different volumes and different frequencies. Cats and dogs can hear different volumes and different frequencies. They have a much sharper or finer degree of hearing. So yes, we've invented technical kind of objective means for measuring these things, but it's based on our perceptual experience. So would microscopic entities make sound? That sounds like a really great idea for one of these pieces. So there are different types of light waves infrared and ultraviolet. Are there different types of noise waves? I would say I'm not a scientist. I'm a music person, though I've studied acoustics. So I can't give the final say. But what I know is that sound works by vibrations moving air molecules, and we perceive those vibrations as frequencies and pitch. So within that relationship of the eardrum to the vibrating body, I think I can't even really conceive what an infrared sound would be like.
So I answered my question right after I asked it. So you know how we can only hear certain frequencies of sound?
Yeah.
We can only see certain frequencies of light. So like a really low sound is the equivalent of infrared light because it's so low, the waves are so like stretched out that we can't see it. And then ultraviolet would be like a super high pitched
would
sound.
be very
where the waves
high
are so
things.
tight.
Yeah, outside of our range of hearing. I mean, yeah, I think that works. In the same way that someone mentioned planets having vibrations, or planets having sound, if we went out into space, we wouldn't hear anything because they're moving at such rates that we don't perceive that as sound unless we translate it, unless we augment the sound and speed it up so that we can hear it as pitch. So in that sense, yeah, infrared and ultraviolet would just be sounds that are outside of the range of hearing, I suppose. I think you did a good job of answering your own question. You didn't even need my help. Rhythm. Here's one. What is rhythm?
The tempo that the notes go along with,
Okay.
or the way that they are organized.
Right. That's good. Yeah. Organization. Tempo's related. It's not quite the tempo.
Like how many notes there would be in a measure or something. And,
Yeah.
And in what like quarter notes or eighth notes or 16th notes or whole notes happen, just things like that, and where they're positioned within the measure.
Yeah, that's a good answer. The way the sound waves are and how wide or large. I think I see what you mean, Len. So I have a very, I would say, clinical definition that might be aggravating. It's the duration of pitches and silences. So I don't think normally we would even consider the pitch of a rhythm, because more often than not, rhythm is made by percussion instruments, and we don't really think of the pitch of a percussion instrument. But if you stop for a second and you think about it, well, okay, so a percussion instrument is not as clear as, say, the human voice singing a note, or a violin note. But it does actually have pitch. It just has a lot of them. And we perceive that as noise, what we call we call noise. And this is one of the funny things about musical words, is that they tend to have a lot of different meanings. So when I'm talking about noise in this instance, I'm talking about there being so many sound waves going on that we can't perceive a clear note. But a snare drum has a particular quality to it and a noisiness, and there are actually just a lot of pitches in there. And more often than not, you can find a kind of pitch to it. So, all right, so that was a little bit of a tangent, but a rhythm would be defined as a duration of pitches and silences. So if you think about a rhythm, doom 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 doom, one ba ba da ba da ba 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 da ba da. That just kind of sounds like one thing. But if I did ba 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 ba, I'm singing the same things, except I'm not breaking it up into that pattern. And it's broken up, that sound of my voice, ba, 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 ba. So the sound of my voice is being broken up by silence. Is that clear? I feel like that definition is a little confusing, but it's from the music theory textbook. So we also have two kinds of rhythm. We have regular rhythm and irregular rhythm. So regular rhythms, you could say, are clock-like. They tick, 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 tick. They're repetitive. Bum, 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 ba-dum, bum, 1, 2, 3, 4. Usually a lot of the rhythm in music is in 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. But there's also irregular rhythm. And speech is a really good example of irregular rhythm because we don't talk in 4/4. Although what's fun about poetry or rap music is that they do speak in kind of clock-like rhythms. And that's a fun thing about poetry and rap. But in everyday speaking, we speak in irregular rhythms, and they are not really repetitive, and you can't really predict what they're going to do because they're always changing. So if you go out into the world, you'll notice bird songs don't have, well, actually, bird songs maybe aren't a great example. They have their own kind of rhythm, but they certainly aren't moving to the hands of a clock. Or a motor may have a regular rhythm, but the sound of leaves falling wouldn't fit into a kind of regular rhythm. So being able to pick up on those things too is really important in when listening to a soundscape. Natalie's in. Are there any questions? The main point of talking about rhythm is that in the same way there is a huge range of volumes in the world, there are a huge range of rhythms that are so complex that we can't even really write them down. And maybe they're not particularly musically useful for you know, a pop song, a Beatles song or something. They have their own unique rhythms. And to be able to listen and to notice those is to bring them into existence for yourself. So here's a little question too. What is tempo? And I think someone.
Wait, tempo?
What's that?
Can I tell you what tempo is?
Yes, please.
Slow songs are for skinny girls. Can't move all this to one of those. I'm a thick girl. I need tempo. F it up to the tempo. I had to make it PG, right, for upper bound and recordings.
Wow, that's a first. I'm gonna have to use that in my music classes. So if you notice when Elizabeth was just singing, just serenading us, she was singing at a particular speed. So tempo is the rate that a rhythm happens at. And it can also, there's a huge range of tempos too. You could be speaking very slowly. And I could also speed it up and speak very quickly. And a lot of music just sits in, 60 beats to 90 beats, just a medium tempo. But the world outside is full of tempos, all kinds of speeds. What's the difference between beat and rhythm? 10 out of 10 performance. Yes, absolutely. I know, it's awesome. The tempo of an engine. Me too. I'm having a lot of fun. Thank you so much for this engaging discussion. The difference between beat and rhythm is a good question too. They're used mainly interchangeably, but beat is actually more similar to what's called pulse, and pulse is, oh my gosh, I don't have the theory definition of pulse in my head right now, but I'm gonna write that down and get back to you. But beat and rhythm are usually used interchangeably. although they're not the same thing. So like a metronome, yeah, like a beat or a pulse will tell you, it's kind of like how you're counting time. 1, 2, 3, 4. So a beat or a pulse tells you how fast it's going and what's called a subdivision in music. So how to count the larger and smaller divisions of a beat too. And a rhythm is distinct from that because a rhythm is, I'd say it's more of a musical thing than a timekeeping thing. Timbre. Does anyone know, has anyone ever seen this word before? It looks like timber, but it's pronounced timbre, and you can blame that on the French for bringing that word into music. To be honest, this is really easy. I guess violin did come in handy. There you go. That is a string teacher's dream to hear. I'm really eager to hear what you bring to these projects then. Timbre. Lynn, have you ever heard the word timbre before? I'd say timbre is one of the fundamental things that we experience with sound that maybe we don't even realize. So timbre is the quality of sound. Richard is right on. Timbre, so this definition may be how clear it is. Timbre is the characteristic, so this is very sciencey, but I will explain it. Timbre is the characteristic overtone structure that distinguishes one instrument from another. Also sometimes called the color, which allows the human ear to tell the difference between sounds. So every vibrating body is made of a particular material, and that means that the vibrations that it emits are unique to that vibrating thing, and we experience the uniqueness of this thing's vibration as its timbre, as its particular quality that we hear. So yeah, there's things like clarity, how clear it is. I don't think there's such a thing as a clear timbre, because there is no unclear timbre. There is either a there's either a what's called, I'm trying to avoid getting far into acoustics, but there's something called harmonic and inharmonic timbres. And a harmonic timbre are sounds that we experience like strings are harmonic timbres. It means that their overtone structure, it means that their vibrational structure is composed in of a whole multiple integers. So it's kind of like, how do I do this without getting into all the science? So wind instruments have a similar timbre, which could be in contrast to brass instruments. Yeah, absolutely. So what's more important to think about is the reason a flute sounds the way it does is because it has a different timbre from the violin section, or the drums have a particular timbre that makes it distinct from what else in the orchestra? An opera singer, the human voice. They're all made of different materials that vibrate in different ways. And we often talk about noisy timbres. We talk about wooden timbres. You could talk about, you play the exact same piece with the same notes, you can tell the difference between the instrument. Exactly. Does the texture of the sound affect the timbre? That's a good question. So I asked this question: what's the difference between my guitar and my voice? So just like Richard pointed out, if you play the same exact piece with the same notes, you can tell the difference between the instrument. Ba, ba, ba. So I'm singing the same note as the guitar, but you can tell the difference between the sound of my voice and the sound of the guitar. And that's because they both are made up of different materials, so flesh and steel strings. And because of that reason, they vibrate differently and they have different types of vibrations. And we experience that as a difference. It's actually a really profound kind of thing to study. And I get really excited thinking about timbre because in music, it's not really talked about. It's very much there. And does texture equal vibrato? No, but we're going to talk about texture in a second. And I have a great video that explains texture. So I'm not talking about texture in the sense of how it feels, but it'll become clear as we go on. I would say timbre, if you wanted to think about how something feels, timbre is kind of the acoustic version of the feel of something, the quality of something. Because you can have very rough kinds of timbres, you could have very smooth kinds of timbres. I mean, these are sort of things you could argue with your friends about that timbre is more smooth than that one. And that's a fun sort of argument to have with your friend. But in the domain of soundscapes, if we thought about collecting different kinds of timbres, we could notice the differences between these things in maybe interesting ways, and we could notice maybe how some timbres are related, which we didn't ever think are related. And in the example that I give today, I'll point that out too, that maybe some things that we think are different are really not as different. Timbrely. Texture. So you're asking about texture here. So texture in music, we talk about texture, and we're talking about the relationships of the voices in the piece of music. And I don't mean voice as in human voice. I mean you could say the instruments or the melodies. What characteristic does vibrato fall under? So vibrato is actually a kind of frequency modulation. It's actually a modulation of a sound. And vibrato is when a waveform is oscillating so that it is louder and softer at a specific rate. So vibrato is actually a volume. It is a change in volume that happens quickly. Yeah. Thank you for that great question. So that's more of an effect. It's not really a parameter of music. Though, I could be proved wrong by some composer who decided to write a piece all about vibrato. Texture. So when we're talking about texture, we're talking about a dialogue of voices or lines in a piece. So if you think about, has anyone ever heard a barbershop quartet? You have those four singers standing up there. You have a soprano, maybe a couple tenors.
I hired a barbershop quartet to come serenade me at my office for Valentine's Day. I was mortified.
Best gift ever.
That is a great gift. I would be absolutely delighted to receive that. My grandpa sings in one. That is awesome. So barbershop quartets have a particular relationship between the voices. And it's typical that all of them are singing at the same time, or there is one voice singing and three voices doing sort of an accompaniment. There's also, if you think about jazz music often has a voice that's playing the lead, like a saxophone or a piano, and the other instruments are in support as sort of an accompaniment to that voice. So that's what I mean when I talk about texture. How are all of these different instruments interacting, and in what ways? And in Western music theory, this is typically the area of counterpoint, and that means the relationship of the voices to one another. What voice is moving in relation to what other voice? And there is a wonderful, pentatonics is a bit different, I think. Yeah. The vocal groups are doing lots of things, and I'm not saying that one style or one group has one single texture that they're performing, but textures can change throughout a piece. They can, well, some of them stay the same. A lot of older music has a particular type of textures where there's just one voice and accompaniment, or there's a texture where all the voices are always moving in relationship to each other. And you have a much more sort of active texture, you could say, or a more full texture, a more confusing texture. And I say confusing because you'll see in this example.
Hi. What you doing?
We're going to practice here.
Absolutely, Richard.
Oh, you mean you're gonna play some music?
You got it, Charlie.
I'm not Charlie, I'm Big Bird.
We're the Kronos Quartet.
A quartet? What does that mean?
4 people who play music together.
Oh, I get it. You play the same thing at the same time. Just the way you say the same thing at the same time, huh?
It sometimes works that way. Like this.
Sometimes one of us talks.
So you notice in that first one, they're all playing the same thing at the same time, or they're talking at the same time. So that's a really good example of one of these textures. You could think about all the voices moving all together at the same time.
Alone while the others are talking in the background.
We do that sometimes, but another time.
Well, what does that sound like?
So there's another example. You could have all voices talking, or in this instance, you had one voice talking and the other 3 are playing the same thing. We should watch more Sesame Street. Hey, it's very educational. It's still useful, even when you're an adult.
Can it go any other way?
Sure. Sometimes 2 of us say one thing.
And the 2 of us say something else, like this. And sometimes.
So there's one. So first we had all voices talking. Then we had one voice and 3 in accompaniment. And this time we had two duos. So 2 voices and 2 voices.
Say something different.
No, we don't. It's not really all that different.
Yeah, but you know what he means. We
Well,
play
let's
4
not
different
start
things.
this all
Sometimes
over
we-
again.
Quartet? Quartet, what does that sound like when you each play something different? It's like a big argument here. Okay, everybody, break it up there. Break it up. Geez.
He started
In my opinion, definitely the coolest thing that's ever been on Sesame Street, the Kronos Quartet. So I hope that fun example sort of showed you the range of relationships you could have between things in a piece of music, but also if you're thinking about soundscapes, they can be much more complicated than that, and probably will be changing depending on how you construct the piece. But if you oh wait, here's something. If you notice that the texture of the texture of the sounds from an urban environment are different in general from the sounds of the textures of the forest, what's the difference there? Are there a lot more different kinds of relationships from the things that you would consider the voices in your soundscape? The people walking by downtown, the sounds of the feet steps on the pavement, the cars going by. Could we consider those? Could we consider those as relationships between voices? I find that as a sort of tantalizing thing to think about when you're approaching a soundscape, or you're just walking and listening in the woods. What's the texture there? What are the relationships between these sounds that I can invent? They're not necessarily there, but in my listening, I can invent these things as a way to listen. So, what I'd like to do right now, what have I got? I got 14, let's see. Let's read through this together. Would someone like to volunteer to read this essay by Hildegard Westerkamp, just a paragraph at a time? And it is about sound walking. So she is a student of that guy, R. Murray Schafer, who was walking around telling us to listen earlier. And what she found that was interesting about listening to sound and trying to make music from the environment was that it had a personal and a sort of political effect for her, where listening became something more important than just appreciating sounds, but became something that as a society we urgently need, is to be better listeners. And the sound world that we live in is not something that's helping us be good listeners. So she encourages people to go on sound walks where they practice listening. Do we have a volunteer to start us here?
If nobody else will, I can do it.
Go for it.
Okay. Can you guys hear me all right?
Yep.
All right. A sound walk is any excursion whose main purpose is listening to the environment. It is exposing our ears to every sound around us, no matter where we are. We may be at home. We may be walking across a downtown street, through a park, along the beach. We may be sitting in a doctor's office, in a hotel lobby, in a bank. We may be shopping at a supermarket, a department store, or a Chinese grocery store. We may be standing at the airport, the train station, the bus stop, wherever we go. We will give our ears priority. They have been neglected by us for a long time, and as a result, we have done little to develop an acoustic environment of good quality. Do you want me to go on to the next paragraph?
Yeah, sure.
Listening in that way can be painful, exhausting, or rather depressing experience, as our ears are exposed often to too many too loud or meaningless sounds. Trying to ignore them, however, makes even less sense. Since we cannot close our ears, we cannot help hearing all sounds. No matter how hard we try to ignore the input, the information enters the brain and wants to be processed. Physically and psychically, is that the right word? Psychically?
Yeah.
We still have to compensate for any noise, even if our ears perceive it unconsciously. In addition, and most importantly, we desensitized our oral facilities by shutting out sounds and thereby not allowing our ears to exercise their natural function.
So oral faculties. Does anyone have any clue what that actually means? Oral faculties are just your ears. Your listening, your hearing apparatus that you've been equipped with as a human being. Aural is just another word for sound. So, what is she saying here?
He's describing what a sound walk is and what its purpose is. That there's always information going into our ears, and sometimes it's implied.
Yeah. For me, that's the biggest point in this first part here. Since we cannot close our ears, we cannot help hearing all sounds, no matter how hard we try to ignore the output, the input. The information enters the brain and wants to be processed. And she's saying that this has an effect on us, not just physically, but also, when she says psychically, I'm taking that to mean culturally. We compensate for all of these noises that we're ignoring. And she's saying that's having a harmful effect on our abilities as listeners. Let's go on to the next page. Do we have a different volunteer that could read this? We'll be reading plays out loud, so we might as well get used to reading out loud together. Over Zoom. I know it's awkward, but we're doing the best we can.
We can always choose somebody to read it too. Just saying.
You are correct. How about Manuela? Manuela, are you around? Let's see. Isaac, perhaps?
Her house
is full of kids. Miguel, I saw you earlier, but I haven't heard from you in a bit.
All right. Yeah, Miguel says yeah.
All right, go for it.
Unless we listen with attention, there is danger that some of the more delicate and quiet sounds may pass.
Oops, my bad. Sorry.
Wait, is it all from the top paragraph or the second paragraph?
Yeah, why don't you read the first one and the second one?
All right. Unless we listen with attention, there is a danger that some of the more delicate and quiet sounds may pass unnoticed by numbers and among the many mechanized voices of modern soundscape, and may eventually disappear entirely. Our first sound walk is thus purposely exposing listeners to the total content of their environment composition, and is therefore very analytical.
There you go.
It is to be an intense introduction into experience of uncompromised listening. A sound walk can be designed in many different ways. It can be done alone or with a friend. In the later cases, the listening experience is more intense and can be a lot more fun when one person wears a blindfold and is led by the other. It can also be done in small groups, in which case it is always interesting to explore the interplay between group listening and individual listening by alternating between walking at a distance form or right the middle of the group. A sound walk can furthermore cover a wide area where it can just center around one particular place, no matter what form a sound walk takes. If a focus is to rediscover and receive our sense of hearing.
Nice. Thank you very much. So what is she saying here? There's something I think that's really important that interests me as a music composer too.
If you get so used to drum sounds, your ears.
Sorry,
can be,
you're
I don't
cutting
know,
out.
like,
Can you
filled up with
start over?
tolerance And sometimes trying to.
Can you just say what you said
If I'm
again?
cutting out.
Yeah, I was just cutting out a little bit.
I probably don't have connection, so I'll wait.
No, it's okay. I can hear you now.
Oh, okay. If you drown out all the sounds because there are a lot of sounds in the world, if you drown them out so often, then sometimes like you'll end up missing out on the sounds that would be better left heard.
Yeah, yeah. Especially delicate and quiet sounds. I feel like as a culture we don't really pay attention to those because, well, they're delicate and quiet. And we're so used to have everything at, a comfortable volume, a comfortable listening volume, or at rock concerts, it's just so blazingly loud that it's actually damaging people's hearing, and we'll have a whole generation of people who have lost their hearing by the time they're 70. To me, I find that as a really interesting listening adventure is finding quiet and delicate sounds. And I think there's this thing you've probably heard of called ASMR, which is sort of a sound movement that is really interested in delicate and quiet sounds. Now, YouTubers have, taken this idea and run with it, but the premise I really like, which is let's really pay attention to these quiet, fragile little sounds. And a lot of people report having, the physical effect in this sort of euphoric sensation. And that, that speaks to the power of listening. Another thing that I really like about this too is that she points to the difference between listening by yourself and listening as a group. And I mean, the terrible thing that's happened because of the coronavirus is that we've lost the ability to go to concerts and listen together. And that's a really important thing to me. There's really nothing that compares to going to a concert and listening together as a group. That social aspect of music, I think, is just so vital and important. And it's different. I listen differently when I'm with a group of people than I am by myself. And I can't really explain it, but it is a really cool thing. And she says, go ahead and play with that idea, try it. Or have your friend put a blindfold on you and lead you around. Also something I've tried, and that's really fun. Even when I listen to music a lot, I close my eyes because I listen better. I'll read this last one for the sake of time and the poem too. No, actually, Lynn, could you read this last one and then I'll read the poem? You can't unmute today. That's tragic. Well, I hope you can unmute in the future because I'd like to hear your voice. How about Krillin?
I'm reading the last paragraph, right?
Yeah.
Okay. The first time what can be done anywhere, at any time, and as often as desired. For the sake of intensity, it may be wise to limit the walk initially to a small area or even to one particular spot. Different people may spread varying lengths of time on this walk. In each case, it depends on how long it takes to remove the initial hearing barriers, how deep the involvement is, and how much fascination can be found in such an exploration.
So here's a poem that she's written that's stuck in the middle of this essay. Start by listening to the sounds of your body while moving. They are closest to you and establish the first dialogue between you and the environment. If you can hear even the quietest of these sounds, you are moving through an environment which is scaled on human proportions. In other words, with your voice or your footsteps, for instance, you are talking to your environment, which then in turn responds by giving your sounds a specific acoustic quality. Try to move without making any sound. Is it possible? Which is the quietest sound? Oh my gosh, I'm always doing that. The quietest sound of your body. If, however, you cannot hear the sounds you yourself produce, you experience a soundscape out of balance. Human proportions have no meaning here. Not only are your voice and footsteps inaudible, but also your ear is dealing with an overload of sound. Lead your ears away from your own sounds and listen to the sounds nearby. What do you hear? Make a list. What else do you hear? Other people? Nature sounds? Mechanical sounds? How many continuous sounds continuous? Continuous sounds continuous? Can you detect interesting rhythms? Regular beats? The highest, the lowest pitch? Do you hear any intermittent or discrete sounds? Rustles, bangs, swishes, thuds. What are the sources of the different sounds? What else do you hear? Lead your ears away from these sounds and listen beyond into the distance. What is the quietest sound? What else do you hear? What else? What else? What else? What else? So far, you have isolated sounds from each other in your listening and gotten to know them as individual entities. But each one of them is part of a bigger environmental composition. Therefore, reassemble them all and listen to them as if to a piece of music played by many different instruments. Do you like what you hear? Pick out the sounds you like the most and create the ideal soundscape in the context of your present surroundings. What would be its main characteristics? Is it just an idealistic dream, or could it be made a reality? Corbin's about to fall asleep, and Lynn feels like they're being interrogated. Think of it less as an interrogation, but a suggestion, a prompt. Things to think about as you go out. Krillin, could you read this next paragraph again? Maybe the next two?
Alrighty. I suspect that the concept of going for a walk does not exist in nomadic tribes or in rural settings, rural societies, as people actively in touch with nature on a daily basis and their lifestyles is deeply integrated with the natural environment. In urban life, however, close contact with nature tends to be highly reduced. Nature ceases to be a companion with whom one lives and struggles day after day, and becomes instead a distant friend whom one likes to visit on occasion. Going for a walk is?
There's a typo. Going for a walk is?
Going for a walk is one way by which urban people attempt to regain contact with nature. When going for a walk is replaced for going on a drive, which happens to be more frequent than we think, our contact with nature becomes purely visual. On the windshield, two-dimensional landscapes appear. We are watching a film about landscapes to the soundtrack of a running motor, or music and voices to radio, cassette tapes, or CD. Our visual experience is mediated by which we hear in our I don't know how to say that.
Oral.
Oral. Okay.
Yeah.
Oral experience
Oral.
has no relationship. Oral experience has no relationship to what we see. The contact is made between environment and human senses. This defined by the skin or bubble of the vehicle in which we sit.
Okay, so what the heck is she talking about? Has she just gone off on a
So-
tangent?
Well, in the second paragraph, she starts talking about how you need to, it's better go on a walk, because when you go for a drive, it's more frequent in modern societies. You don't really listen to nature, you just visualize it. You see the outside the windshield, you see trees just going by, and you're not listening to anything besides maybe the car or a radio.
Yeah. And for me, that's a really big thing. Soundtracks have kind of had a really harmful impact on music, but also just listening. I mean, who doesn't want to put on some tunes and go, you know, into the forest or listen to music? That's great, and I love that. But also, it does a disservice to listening to what's actually there, because everything has a soundtrack beneath it, and your only relationship to nature could be just what music is playing and how it makes you feel. So she's saying that contact isn't there if you're putting on music when you either go for a walk or going for a drive. In that sense, it's a very modern sort of thing. The forest looks like there's a good chat about where to go and walk. Today probably would be a little too hot to go for a sound walk. Let's climb out of our bubbles now. So I'll read the last line. Emerge from behind our screens. Amen. I'm all about that. Unfortunately, the irony is that we have to do this whole class online. Emerge from behind our screens. Walls, loudspeakers, and headphones. And particular headphones. Even though I'm telling you to wear headphones. And open our ears directly to the environment. Let's go for another sound walk. So we don't have as much time as I would like to listen to all of this, but we can listen to a large portion of this piece. So this is a composition that she made called Talking Rain. And the thing that I find the most profound about this piece that I didn't think about before I heard this piece was the many degrees and rhythms and varieties of rain that there could be. Typically I just think about, okay, well, the rain's on, the rain's off. But in this piece, she's allowing us to hear rain as if it's rhythm and many kinds of textures and many kinds of environments and what happens in the environments before and after rain. So I don't want to spoil anything else. Another thing is that it's a longer piece, and it asks something more of you as a listener than to just sort of passively listen. This type of piece needs you as a listener to be active and to be present with the sounds as they're happening, so that you can notice things. I think a lot of us are really used to hearing 3 and 4 minute pieces of, you know, sound, whatever genre it is, whether it's music or something. But I would encourage you to listen to this more like it's a piece of theater or something, or maybe a movie that you are seeing in your mind. And by that, I'm also not saying, never mind, I'm not going to go into that about movies, but I could rant about movie soundtracks too on another day. What's important here is to just notice what she's presenting for us in this. It is an 18-minute piece, but I'll go to, 12:45, and then we'll have lunch. So headphones now. Headphone is now. Now it's headphone time. Okay. So we'll stop there. Unfortunately, we don't get to hear where the rest of that goes together. Unless we have time, we could finish it when we come back from break. But I hope you noticed lots of kinds of rhythms. Lynn said there was a beat. There are many kinds of beats, many kinds of rhythms, many kinds of textures. Just a really interesting exploration of composed rain, I would say. Not too many pieces in the world like that, so it's really unique. And I think especially on a hot day like this, it was really nice to listen to a piece about rain. I think I fell asleep. It's very soothing. I think the second half would probably wake you up. So thank you all for asking such great questions. If there are any others, please don't hesitate to leave them in the chat while we break for lunch. Let's come back at 1:45.
Thank you, Ben.
Thank you, everybody.
Thank you.
Hey, Ben.
Thank you.
So
Yeah.
my husband, he's working right behind me, right? And
Yeah.
he's like, man, this is a really interesting lecture. He's got a great speaking voice.
Oh, thank you.
You're engaging even people who aren't in the class. So really interesting.
That's really nice to hear. Thank you so much.
If there's anyone,
It's fun. I'm glad I get to do it twice.
yes, it's good. If there's anyone
Yeah.
here who'd like help with logging into their Skyward or getting their accounts to work, I'll be available during lunch. I'm gonna go make some food, but you can message me or turn on your mic and shout at me or whatever you like, and I'll be happy to sit and we could do a breakout room or whatever we need to do to get you going. So this is a good time to get some one-on-one help. Otherwise, enjoy your break.
And we'll see you at 1:45. Bye for now. We forgot to record, but I just turned it back on. It happens. I've done it so many times. Yeah, I've done it so many times. So if you see that it's recording up in the left, you see that little green shield, there should be something that says turn off original sound, and that's what you want to see. If it doesn't say that, if it says turn on original sound, turn it on because it's off. So what you want is original sound to be on. So if you don't have that, what you should do is go to preferences. So go to, gosh, I wish I could show it because it won't show up if I screen share. So go to zoom.us up where it's open and go to preferences. And there should be something in the audio section. So you see there's general, video, audio, share screen. So go to audio. And you'll see things like your speaker level, your microphone level. There'll be something called suppress background noise. I have mine on auto. And then you'll see something called music and professional audio. And what you should do is click the button that says show in meeting option to enable original sound from microphone. It also is a great idea to enable high fidelity music. Oh, there's stereo. They put stereo now. So click on mobile. I don't know. I'll have to look into that. I mean, it's not for the purposes of the projects, you'll be able to do them and everything. Just for these examples, when I share screen, you won't have stereo. But for those who aren't on mobile, music and professional audio, make sure you have stereo audio clicked. Richard, I'll look into the mobile thing because I know there's got to be a way to do it. So make sure that the option for enable original sound is on and the stereo audio sound is on. And then what you want to see to make sure that you want to see it say turn off original sound, which means that original sound is on right now. And that was, honestly, it was confusing for me whether I should have it. What should it say? So you can't find it? It might be good to make sure you have the newest version of Zoom. So make sure you have the most updated one, and then you'll want to go into your preferences and audio. And I'll I'll look up. I know that there's probably a YouTube video that will also zoom, and I will post that to the module. For right now, it's fine. You're not missing anything too vital, because you can still try this out on your own computer, and you'll be able to do all of this just for the purposes of, oops, I gotta enable sound, of this example, or the future music pieces we listen to, which you would benefit from having stereo sound when I share the pieces of sound art that we're gonna be looking at. But what I've done, I'll just describe it to you, is I've put the purr in the left and the screen door all the way in the right, which kind of isolates them in their own space and creates, it's a way to begin composing with space in these pieces and assigning certain sounds to certain areas of the stereo field. And that's a really significant aspect of working with in soundscapes, is giving sounds their own kind of place in these stereo fields. So someone also asked, what if I want to reuse that? It's really, really simple. All you do is highlight that sound clip, and you can copy. You can probably go up here and go to copy, or there might be a quick key for it. But you can also go Command or Control, whatever you do to copy something, like you're copying and pasting. So on my MacBook, it's Command C, but maybe on those it's probably Control C or Alt C. And I'm copying it. And then what I'd just do is take the cursor, probably this, let's see what happens. And then I would do Control V, and then it shows up again. And now we have two of them. So we've duplicated it. And say maybe the second time, where's the rooster? We're going to have the rooster appear. We're going to have the screen door happen again, but we want it at a lower volume. No, actually, let's do something more fun than that. Let's have it crescendo, as you would say in music. We're going to have it increase in volume over time. So not exactly a fade in, it's like a much more dramatic fade in. Let's see. And what we could do is maybe line it up. Well, it looks, let's see what it sounds like. So we're gonna have it crescendo to this point and then fade out completely. And then we'll leave it on just so we can see what we're doing here. Oh, oops. My bad, you gotta turn the soloing off. Well, now it sounds like, in my mind, I picture, oh, well, now I guess I've opened a door and now I'm on the farm. That's sort of the narrative that I would build on hearing that. But it also, it sort of introduces, it's like a little prelude to that rooster sound too. So these are the kinds of connections you can make between the sounds in editing that wouldn't happen out there in the real world. Because I'm not asking you to recreate what's already out there. That's great, and that a large part of what R. Murray Schafer is talking about with the soundscapes and going out into nature and really listening is cleaning our ears out so that we can hear the possibilities for sound and acoustic environments and the composition of the world. But now we're here in these projects, we can be assisted by technology, and we can push the limits of what's possible with sound as we take sounds from the outside world, and we can manipulate them and edit them in these projects and make them into something that that is unique to us. We can show our creativity as thoughtful, artistic people by the way we assemble these sounds and the sort of sound world that we're able to construct in these pieces. And that's really what I want you to do, is to be as creative as possible with the sounds you collect. You don't have to recreate the world. In fact, I encourage you not to do that. Put sounds that are alien to each other together. Put sounds that, I'm sure you will think of things that I could never think of. And that's one of my favorite parts about, making music and working with students, is that they teach me things all the time about what's possible with these projects, because you can come up with all sorts of things I would never come up with, and definitely find sounds that I've never heard before. And that has everything to do with the things that you try, the experiments that you make in these programs, and the sort of serendipitous moments of, the screen door and the purring coming together in a particular way at a particular moment. So, looking for those moments where sounds can sort of dialogue with each other is something I want you to look for too. But also, on the other hand, do what you're comfortable with these programs. Don't feel the need to, go all out with the editing and trying to assemble the most perfect piece. If you have never done anything like this before, and what you want to do is record a few settings and layer them and then see what happens, by all means, that's a way to proceed forward, and we can build on that with each project. The idea being that you can, throughout the 3 projects, you successively build until the 3rd project. We can do these sorts of things of putting sounds together and making more substantial, longer pieces. And I'll go into the project now. For this first piece, I want you to make something that's just 1 minute long. You see, for this, that's 1 minute and 20. So, I mean, 1 minute and 20 is fine. Just don't go over 2 minutes, let's say. Keep it at 1 minute, between 1 and 2 minutes, which can be surprisingly hard to do. Because it's just easy to set the recorder outside and just let things happen. But what I want you to do is to take at least 4 sounds and layer them on top of each other. And I encourage you to take at least 4, but please go beyond that if you want. And layer them, listen to them, find out a unique configuration for them. Like here we have this single sound event, but here we have these longer sort of backgrounds that all these other events are sort of nested within. How can you play with that? What could you do? Could you turn this, could you make it so that instead of this layer being the dominant sort of sound, like this background, could you make, volume automated? What are you telling me right now? Volume automated. Oh, it won't let me do anything because I have automation on. So it wants me to work here. Okay. Could you change this so these background sounds are no longer the background, but instead become kind of events in and of themselves, and this purring is maybe a background that you're working in. I guess what I'm asking is what would it mean for the sounds that are in the foreground to become the background, and the sounds in the background to become the foreground? So think about that too. Like in a landscape, you're sort of stuck with whatever's in the background, and then the things are in the foreground. But if I had it ready, and maybe at some point I'll show you paintings where painters themselves with the visual medium really played with what was the background and what was the foreground within one painting, and gave you these kind of multiple perspectives within one piece. And can we as sound artists take a cue from that and think about, what's in the foreground, what's in the background, what are the loud sounds, what are the quiet sounds? Are there degrees of loudness that we can play with? Like things getting, what's the very loudest that things can be before they're not fun for the listener? What's the quietest that they can be? And that sort of, draw the listener in, and they're trying to hear quiet sounds as closely as possible. I've made a number of pieces where the first minute or 2 minutes or something are just very, very soft percussion sounds. And what I've noticed, what that does is that it really draws a listener in to listen very closely, because there's these very soft sounds, and it seems like they're intentionally doing this very softly, so I have to really strain in to listen. And it's a way of drawing someone in. So can you, as you're working in this, think about the experience of the listener? Think about what it would be like to experience this piece for the first time. How are you building this so that you can point their attention towards certain things that you think are significant to listen to? And for me, that's also a really fun thing as I'm working, is I'm thinking about, well, what would it be like for me listening to this for the first time? How can I keep it exciting? Is it getting boring? All of those. Well, that's a constant worry for anyone that makes any art, is this boring? But what are these moments of drama I can exploit, or what's missing? What's something that I haven't done yet in this piece? I've done all this stuff, but what's something that I haven't done? Am I exploring the whole range of possibilities? Like the way I was talking about with volume. There's a whole range of volume. There's not just on and off. There can be degrees of loudness and degrees of softness. So keep those things in mind too while you're playing around with these sounds. Let me screen share. Oh, I already am screen sharing. Oh yeah, okay, so here is the basic outline for the project. So we're calling this Project 1 Forest Sounds and Urban Sounds. You can all see this, correct? Oh, sorry, I just realized I haven't had the chat open. Oh my god, the chat's full. Sorry, I've missed all this. BandLab for phones. Door sounds like the baby monitor in the movie Signs. Can you make it seem like you're walking past something? Yeah, you totally can. Let me show you. Don't let me forget. I have 10 minutes to show you Hildegard Westerkamp's website real quick. Like the sound is in front of you on the other side behind you. Yes, play with this space where a sound exists. Give it a kind of life through where you put it in the stereo field, and you'll notice that you can do really interesting things. And I'll show you examples from students of mine too. This program is called bandlab.com, and it's free. You make an account, and it's just this nice, pretty minimal digital audio workstation. But thankfully, we have Richard here that can. Can we hear some of my work? Yeah, I'll definitely. Next time we have music day, I'll play you some of my work. You can see what kinds of things that I come up with. This class is over at 2:45. So let me go through this real quick while we're all here together. This tentatively is planned for Wednesday of week 3, and what I want us to do on Wednesday is to submit all our pieces and listen to them together. And then we can talk about what we've noticed from each of them. So we'll talk more about how that would work to show your work, and how we should have a conversation about showing our work, what it means to give someone feedback on their piece, things like that. Are we supposed to have the audio recorders already? No, I didn't expect for you to be able to have them yet. They've been ordered, and you will receive them in person when you go next time you're in person.
We'll be giving you guys some tomorrow.
Excellent. Awesome. Think recording lake sounds counts as nature? Absolutely. Absolutely. Someone else had the idea of trying to discover how close and how far away can you record lake sounds in the last class? Like, what does it sound like to record a lake very close, a little further away, a little further away? So try thinking of those experiments too. Is like, I'm just going to record random noises from my game. For this project, don't do that yet. Here, it's here. Pebbles dripping in water. For this project, I want you to record sounds from the forest or sounds from the urban areas, so outside, but in the city, you know, or downtown, or don't record them. Don't record sounds from your computer. Get away from your computer. Go out into the world. So for this project, go to either a forest or an urban environment and listen. That's the first thing I want you to do, is just to listen. Do a sound walk. And I've posted the sound walk essay. Look at the poem that she wrote in the sound. A forest in Minecraft does not count. I'm sorry. That is not out in the world. That is inside a game. Record what you hear with your digital recorder. So out in the world, record what you hear. Upload your recordings to the computer. You're going to use BandLab and the audio editor. It's out in the world though. Creepers get it. Well, hopefully not. Go somewhere safe, or go somewhere with your parents or a friend. You're going to upload those files into the program and arrange them and layer your sounds to create a 1-minute piece. We're calling them pieces that have a beginning and an end. For your first project, please use only 4. So I don't want you to use only 4. I should have taken that out. I need to. Use at least 4 of your longest sounds to make a 1-minute piece. If you have other sounds like the sound, like, oh, you got this like 15-second sound of the screen door, by all means include that. But make sure you have at least 4 that are of 1 minute. And don't play them in succession. I mean, like, don't play them one after another. Stack them on top of each other. Even if it seems like, wow, these things really don't fit, and I don't know why I'm doing this. Let them play simultaneously as if they were that string quartet performing for Big Bird. You know, at the end where they're all arguing with one another and they're all playing different things. That's what we're experimenting with here. Putting 4 different things together. Keep any effects or sound processing. There's not a lot of effects in this program, to a minimum, since for this project we're focusing on the nature of sounds themselves and the relationships you can create when you place them together in this environment. Don't feel, I've said this before, I'll say it again, don't feel the need to recreate a place that already exists in the real world. This is your sound world, and any combination of sounds could coexist. Think about scale and perspective, like that cat purring. Is that a very large cat? Is that the biggest cat in the world? Is that inside the cat's head? Is that what it sounds like? Can you play with perspective? Or what if we turned that cat purring all the way down, or we recorded the cat purring from far away? How can you play with the closeness and farness of sounds? Think about the relationships that could be discovered. So my example with the screen door and the purring against one another, or the screen door introducing this rooster sound. Can you make something like a dialogue between them? And what kind of dialogue are they having? Are they friends, or are they strangers? Are they opposing, or are they in agreement? What would that mean here? These are questions I want you to always ask as we're making these projects. And there is no correct answer. These are creative projects. And what I'm encouraging you to do is just to try things out and experiment and see what happens. Maybe it's not your favorite piece in the world. Maybe you think it's a total flop and everyone's gonna hate it. I found that usually that's not the case. When I think it's a total flop, there's actually something really significant about it that maybe I don't notice that someone else would. And that's the purpose of also sharing these things with each other, is someone will undoubtedly notice something you didn't. All of this in only 1 minute? Or does a minute seem like an eternity? Think about how long a sound takes to unfold as you work. Think about how long it would take for a listener to notice something. Does it happen too soon, too suddenly, that something really important is maybe lost? Maybe it should come later, this sound event that you found, or this environment needs some time. We need some time to experience it and get to know it as a listener. Try to make it concise. So try and make it succinct. Try and make it short, but with a lot to say. So this 1 minute, is a challenge. It's short, or is it long for you? If it's short for you, try and find the right amount of material that can happen within 1 minute. Or if 1 minute seems like an eternity for you, try and find something to say within 1 minute. Let's see. Real quick before we break, I will show you the modules here. Oh, right. Okay. If you want to play with this program and these sounds, I'm going to send you a link right here. Actually, I'll post it to the Moodle instead. I'll send you a link to this file folder with the... Oh, I don't have it right now. But I'll send you a link with all of the sounds I was experimenting with, and you can play with the program and just get started playing around with that if you want. It's going to be here in the Moodle, and I will publish it right after class. So if you look here, let me just go to the modules again so we know where we are. Let's go all the way home, in fact. Here's the home page you'll run into. Don't forget the YouTube class recordings are right here for any classes you've missed. Modules right here. Humanities. We are in week 2. You are group B, week 2. So you'll click on that. Here's Monday's class. Here's the introduction to the projects. Here is the lecture. Should have a Google Classroom, it's way easier. Well, good to know for the future. I've never used that. I'll look into that. Lecture
We're trying to
slideshow.
prep you for college too, and colleges don't use Google Classroom.
Yep, thank you. You're correct. Yep. You will get to know Canvas and its joys. It is useful though. It's a really great way to have a centralized location for all your stuff, and again, a lot of schools use it. Lecture slideshow. So here's the PDF of the Soundscape presentation that I gave earlier. What's really cool about the Google Slides downloaded as PDFs is all the links work. So you can click on the links and it'll take you to the YouTube, video that I showed or whatever. You just click on it in the PDF. Here is the in-class reading that we did, the sound walk. So I'd like you to go to that, and before you begin to record, take a look at oh, where did it go? I think this is the wrong link. That's annoying. It's in the presentation though. Take a look at this poem again. Try and keep these things in mind. I mean, maybe even this is just a series of steps that you want to do every time you record. Can you hear any rustles, bangs? Can you find the highest, the lowest pitch? Can you find interesting rhythms, regular beats? So be looking for these things. Can you find continuous sounds, continuous sounds, continuous sounds? Sounds that never stop. What are the sources? What else do you hear? Always ask yourself, what else do I hear? And here is the assignment. If you want to look over that again, please do. So for your homework, as soon as you get the recorders, and even before, listen, I know it's hot. Don't go out today, but you'll have plenty of time outside. So I recommend carrying that recorder around with you all the time. It is your new friend. Anytime you hear an interesting sound, your first thought should be, oh my gosh, I gotta record it. Welcome to my world. So those are the really important things for now. Are there any questions? Where's my Zoom? Where's my Zoom?
Thank
Class
you so much,
in-
Ben.
yes. Yes,
That
I
was
know you've
great.
got to go. I'm sorry I went over 3 minutes.
No. So does anyone have any questions for Ben real fast?
While I'm here. If you think of any, you can email me too.
Okay. So, it's too hot. I realize this. I'm super sorry, you guys. Ben's lecture was super engaging, but it's too hot. So we are going to 1 hour and 12 minutes to go. Miguel, I am gonna make your day. We're letting you guys out early.
Oh my gosh! Woo!
So I am so sorry. Bye Maimala, if you want to stick around for a couple of minutes, I would love to help you get into your Evergreen account. If not, we can work on it tomorrow in person. You pick, my dear.
I am hot. I am dead. I'm in an oven right now.
Oh, I bet.
Oh,
Yeah.
I see that you guys are happy. That's great. Crack me up.
They have just been cracking me up all class. This is a really funny bunch right here.
These guys are so they're full of sweat on my keyboard.
Don't recommend this one. Oh my god.
Just crack me up to no end.
Damn, Corbin's 1 out of 10.
My son
That's
put
kinda
his shirt in the
smart.
refrigerator last night because he has to walk the dogs first thing in the morning before it gets too hot. But he had a frozen t-shirt to put on at 8 o'clock in the morning so he could go walk the dogs.
That's a good idea.
No, other kids are doing it too, Nick. They think you're smart. Okay, so
Ben,
Yeah.
Richard says, would you like to walk through BandLab before you leave?
Yeah,
I think
definitely.
that's the biggest question.
You can put us in a breakout room if you want.